And we are live. Hello everyone, welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate you all coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And we are going to be talking about a couple of things going on with the trials that I have been covering, and other news like that as well. So now we'll be switching over to the other screen right now. Alright, hello everyone, it is me, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody has been having a good evening, had a good day. So it is close to the end of the month now. So today there was the Wolfenbarger trial. It's a crazy trial. There's a lot of strange stuff and circumstances. As I said, I think it's a very good mystery because nobody really knows exactly what is going on. Some people do not think the defendant in that trial is guilty of the crimes that are being brought against him. This is a murder that happened 26 years ago, and it's a mystery that was brought back up, and different forensics, different detectives, and family members, multiple people have testified in this case, and the state of Georgia, in my opinion, has a history, from what I was able to observe, that they seem to have a bias with... Not a bias, but they sometimes don't seem to present these cases properly to the... Oh, hello, Anna. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you again. So, they just never really... Like, with YSL, for instance, like I was talking about yesterday, it's just what we were watching unfold in the trial today. So, everybody coming in, welcome. Everybody coming in, I'm speaking about a trial that myself and others were covering today. And we were just kind of going over it, and as it's progressing. So as it's progressing, many people do not think the defendant is guilty. So in situations like this, yeah, facts. You are first, Anna. Shout out to you. So the reason is that people think there's not enough evidence. I feel it mirrors YSL, where there was not enough evidence to convict the other defendants. Young Thug pleaded out, but the other ones, they were found not guilty. So that was something today that many people in the chat were talking about, something that I was already foreseeing and something that I was predicting. And it says not guilty, yeah. You see, because you need like what Capri Law says, you need the burden of proof. And to summarize it, you need to have undoubtable proof. There's circumstantial evidence, like, it could be DNA, there could be this or that. And some people think that is a sign enough. But it seems that in these situations, it's good you have to have directly that the person did it. Like, say you have a video of like, say Patrick from SpongeBob, and he steals an ice cream cone, and it's really him doing it. That is directly right there. If there's if he has some ice cream somewhere on his pants, or a cone was nearby where he was, maybe he did it, maybe he didn't. It could go either way. So that you have to have that so the jury can know for certain to convict somebody. And then again, I see a failure in this. Now, another trial that I personally have been watching, because I watch all trials, that is just what I do. I've always did that. And at the Young Dolph trial, the jury's deliberating. Well, not right now, but they were deliberating for a while earlier. And the closing arguments, we believe, we want justice, for Dolph. And then also the chat puts like little dolphin emojis for him. Like, my sign is the alien symbol, and Dolph is the dolphin. So she did a good job, but she was getting a little bit fired up and raising her voice a little bit too much. And everybody in the chat said to tone it down. And then Shaza said, "You could just scream at us, you if you want to, not the jury." And so, yeah, that was, you know, hopefully he gets justice, and it's good to present the direct evidence that somebody did something. Although circumstantial evidence can still do damage. Of course, it depends on the situation. They with the Wolfenbarger trial, that needs to be present. So, with these other ones, the chat at the Dolph trial, people that I've known from before, BK's over there, and interesting witnesses in that one. And it's, as I said, it's kind of like watching a comedy. You know, as I said yesterday, watching a comedy. And the chat's very funny. And yes, and then today they're trying to get the verdict is not guilty in the Wolfenbarger trial because there wasn't enough evidence, according to the defense, to convict him. And as I said, it just certainly would seem feasible, considering if there's not enough evidence to convict him. Now, it's up to the jury in both cases to see if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. A lot of times, people have asked me if I think somebody is going to be guilty or innocent. I think it's unpredictable because there's been times where I was very certain that somebody is guilty and they come out innocent. If somebody's innocent, they come out guilty. So we don't have a hive mind. Well, we have a hive mind, but not the rest of the chat over there on YouTube. They don't all have a hive mind. Which, what I mean by that is the people that are doing the deliberations, the jury. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with the two trials, and we'll see how Dolph fares out. Now, with the other one, the other trial, let's see, yeah, so Dolph is having deliberations, not right now, but they're going to be continuing that. And I don't know when the Wolfenbarger trial, what they're going to do with that one. It was interesting seeing the forensics on the bones. Your discretion advised on like the details about how they could tell about body parts and things like that. That was an interesting. The way she was so casual about it was quite fascinating to learn about, but of course it's quite morbid, quite dark at the same time. Yeah, and sometimes you could have it's so good. A defense can be so good that they could get somebody to be seen as not guilty, and then other times they just do not, for a reason, convince a jury and the person is found guilty. All right. So, and those are only two that are on that I'm aware of, and we'll be seeing if there are more trials will be coming up, but those are the two that are on now, and they're watching now. And like I'll listen to like 2, 3, 4 trials at one time. I've done that before, and I'll feel schizophrenic because of all the different sounds going into my ears. Scared. Okay, so I want to go see if there's any updates about the hurricane. Oh, wrong one. Okay, switching over here. Alright, so shout to the spaceship cats. Alright. Outer bands from unusually large Hurricane Aaron near the Carolina coast. Alright, see about these. Hurricane Aaron is strengthening again. Alright. Storm intensity. Aaron is strengthening and is now a 110 mile per hour Category 2 as it tracks north and nearly parallels to the U.S. East Coast. High tides. Aaron's worst coastal impacts will coincide with next high tide around 6 a.m. Eastern time. Evacuations ordered. North Carolina is under a state of emergency, and evacuations have been ordered in parts of the Outer Banks, which will get rocked with storm surge and destructive waves of 20 feet or more later today. I may have been on mute, but I'm not muted anymore. So, what we're doing now is looking at some hurricane updates. And so, just going to kind of reiterate what I just said. Alright, so, storm intensity. Aaron is strengthening and is now a 110 mile per hour Category 2 hurricane as it tracks north and nearly parallels the U.S. East Coast. High tides. Aaron's worst coastal impacts will coincide with next high tide around 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Evacuation ordered. North Carolina is under a state of emergency, and evacuations have been ordered in parts of the Outer Banks, which will get rocked with storm surge and destructive waves of 20 feet. Later today. Sprawling storm. Aaron is unusually large hurricane, making it more capable of delivering dangerous conditions at beaches along much of the East Coast, even though it will stay well offshore. Water rescue. Dozens of rip currents rescue have been conducted this week in North Carolina alone. Officials along the East Coast are warning people to stay out of the water. Alright, so I'm going to read this right here. High chance of next storm hot on Aaron's heels. The National Hurricane Center increased the likelihood that the area of thunderstorms and Hurricane Aaron's wake will develop into a season's next storm at 70% chance in the next 7 seasons. The likely path that the system is even less a threat to the U.S., with models predicting it will curve north faster than Aaron did. A path would put Bermuda at risk, though the area of intensity is shown as a red X in the graphic below. Forecasters marked its future path with an arrow. The red blob indicates that the region where storms develop is most likely to occur. Scared. Alright, and that's Aaron. And the other one's going to turn farther north. Hurricane Aaron's place in the world. Alright, so that's the map where Aaron is. I got some other ones coming off Africa. And a lot of the outer bands are flying around, and it's being cloudy. Okay. Worth. Oh, understood, Anna. Understood. Yeah, and it sounds like it. So that's okay. I understand you do what you gotta do. Thanks for letting me know. Where things stand as Hurricane Aaron tracks north off the east coast. Okay. Hurricane Aaron is tracking north as Category 2 storm nearly parallel to the east coast. It is expected to strengthen back into a Category 3 hurricane later today. Aaron's strength, the storm, is a Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds of 110 miles per hour, according to National Hurricane Center. The hurricane is tracking. Oh, thanks, Anna. Is tracking the north at 14 miles per hour, and it's about 300 miles south of southeast Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Rain impacts. Aaron's heavier rain and wind are about 50 miles away from North Carolina coast, but the hurricane's works next 4 nights. Oh, sounds like I'm gonna have a blast, Anna. Scared. Rain impacts. Aaron's heavier rain and wind are about 50 miles away from North Carolina's coast, but the hurricane's outermost rain bands are producing thin lines of rain and thunderstorms in eastern part of the state. Ocean conditions will continue to deteriorate in the coming hours. Warnings and evacuations. An advisory against swimming in the effect of the Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, which warned that the swells are producing powerful rip currents. North Carolina ferry system has evacuated over 2,200 people from Oracoke Island. An evacuation order has also been issued for Hatteras Island in Virginia. Virginia Gov. Glenn Youngkin said is stating to pre-position resources in Virginia Beach. Storm surge predictions. Aaron's winds will generate dangerous storm surge in North Carolina despite not making landfall. Crews with North Carolina Department of Transportation shore the protective dunes next to the state's highway 12, the road that connects the islands of the Outer Banks. Rod Eneth House. Dave Halleck, superintendent of the Cape Hatteras North National Shore, said dozens of structures are threatened at some degree in the town of Rodanthe and the village of Buxton. Beach erosion is key reason why homes in the Outer Banks are so vulnerable. And they're monitoring 2 areas of possible tropical development in the same region Aaron tracked to next week. All right. So this is the hurricane forecast. It is out in the ocean, but parts of some rain and some stuff is coming towards the east coast mildly. The massive size of Hurricane Aaron and days of powerful winds over the open ocean have pushed up water levels along the east coast. Tidal gouges from South Florida to New York are all running about a foot higher than normal. The highest storm surge is occurring along the coast of the Carolinas, where they just experienced a high tide. Water levels in Myrtle Beach, Wellington, and throughout the Outer Banks have been about a foot and a half higher than usual during this high tide cycle. Water levels will not retreat in coming hours, with low tide across the Carolinas happening shortly after midnight. Next tide between 6 to 7 a.m. Thursday. Next high tide will also coincide with Aaron's closest pass to the coast, which will bring strong winds gusts up to 40 to 50 miles per hour along the Outer Banks, largest waves, and greatest coastal flood threat. Aaron was too much for Highway 12. Alright, so it looks like it destroyed a Highway 12. Another section of Highway 12 North Carolina shuts down. Unfortunately, Hurricane Aaron's storm surge was too much for NC 12 tonight. We will be closing NC 12 from Oregon into Inlet to Hatteras Village at 6 p.m. Conditions are too unsafe for people to be driving in. If you come across any floodwaters, turn around and don't drown.
Scared.
And don't be scared, be prepared. Yeah, so you gotta be careful because a lot of times these storm surges, even if the hurricane's not directly hitting it, will could be very life threatening to people. Let's see. All right, more on Highway 12. That's some other images of it. Oh, just to give people that are maybe listening what's going on here. So with Highway 12, it looks like a road. There's the seashore and a barrier and some water on the other side of it. Just the waves splashing into the shore. Raging into the shore, I should say. And Highway 12 in North Carolina starts to see impacts from area. It's kind of foggy, and you'll see a storm surge coming from the ocean, and it's kind of flooding the road a little bit and kind of causing some mild flooding, and the water's just being pushed in. And it's kind of grainy, kind of like a Timu picture, and some people are watching it. So that is what's going on in the image. One of the images. North Carolina's Highway 12, the main roadway throughout the Outer Banks barrier islands, is already starting to see impacts as Hurricane Aaron moves closer to the coast. Traffic cameras from State's Department. Oh, hello, Michael. Good to see you, buddy. North Carolina's Highway 12 main roadway throughout the Outer Banks barrier islands is already starting to see impacts as Hurricane Aaron moves closer to the coast. Traffic traffic cameras from the state's Department of Transportation shows sections of the road overtaken by rushing water. Buxton, while sand and debris cover the road, Hatteras Village and Canal Zone, a portion of the highway on Ocracook Island between the Pony Pens and the ferry terminal is closed until further notice. Transportation Department says. It's always good to see you, Michael. Hello, Doe. Welcome to the chat. We are doing fine. Well, I will speak for myself. I'm doing fine. Anna's doing some things in the background, but she's listening, and Michael could answer for himself if he wants to. But I'm doing fine, and we're kind of reviewing some things about the trials and about this hurricane surge that's coming through and stuff like that. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good today. It was nice talking to my friends in different chat rooms, and we're studying the two trials that I'm studying. It was interesting to see today and one of the trials in the Dolph trial, they are doing a I didn't tell you all what they're doing. In the Dolph trial, they're doing deliberations to see a verdict, but they did not come to a verdict today. Okay, and this other image is a clearer picture of the coast. It's the beach, and you see like a barrier, and you see all these waves that are heading towards the shore. And it's kind of like foggy, grainy, a little bit. It looks kind of like something like Plymouth Rock looking beach. I don't even know what that would look like exactly. I wasn't there at that time, but it's like reminds you of some like Plymouth Rock type beach. Like when I can imagine like a Mayflower just landing there. But and there's like a little bit of a road, it looks like, or it's like a road that's trying to be a road but it can't. And it's like covered with sand. And this storm surge that's coming in is just ramming the beach. But it's a still picture of just an empty beach with signs of wave residue. Some swimmers were still at Wrightsville Beach today despite advisory. Some beachgoers were still soaking in the waves at Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina earlier today despite no swimming advisory as Hurricane Erin nears the region. The two of Wrightsville Beach issued the advisory against swimming on Monday, and it is effective until Friday. The beach was cleared this afternoon by Ocean Rescue Team due to lightning with 10 miles of the beach. These swells are producing powerful rip currents that can create extremely hazardous swimming conditions. The town's ocean rescue director, Sam Prophet, said in news release, "The safety of our beach goers is always our top priority, and we urge everyone to follow this advisory." Scared. Yeah, that is very intriguing, and terrifying at the same time. That picture. So this is another picture. It looks like it's a coast of a beach with people like hanging out at the beach, but it's clearly a storm and a hurricane out in the distance. and lightning and stuff, but people are still in the water anyway, like it's a sunny day. And there is clouds and a lot of rain you can see like in the distance, and like beach water, like the ocean coastline, and just it's not washed in, it's kind of like washed out for a second, and you can see a lot of the sand from that would usually be covered by water, but there's no high tide, like the water has not receded, it's still there, it's just kind of going back and forth. And it kind of reminds you of some Viking scene of like a longboat. It looks like the stormy seas of the north. Or which those are pirates too, but like a pirate ship that's like you like imagine there's like the Flying Dutchman out there, or the some sort of pirate ship out there. That's what it looks like. It's kind of like a spooky scene. I'm scared. Like Pirates of the Caribbean, where they had that scene where they were fighting in that storm. That's exactly what it looks like. It's not. I like stormy weather and stuff like that, but it's not necessarily the type of weather that people should be on the beach. And they're making an advisory for people to not be on the beach in these situations. I don't recommend it either. And people are just like in their swim trunks and their swimsuits, and they're ready to go swim when there's like a lightning and thunder and a hurricane that's like out in the distance. You know, it's pretty close to land. It's closer to land than I thought it was, or like some of the graphs were showing. That's why I like these 3D animations of it. So hurricane looks huge. I mean, let's see. Do a little comparison here. Let's see. Although it's not really a powerful hurricane, it's still very big. Yes, Aaron, understood. I mean, not Aaron. Aaron's not here right now. We're talking about Hurricane Aaron, but we're not talking about. Uh, Anna said, "Hi, sorry, not trying to be rude, taking care of stuff. It's okay, Aaron. It's okay, Anna. Thank you for letting us know for the update." Michael says, "Red flag," and also Doe. Anna says, "Hi to Doe." Michael says, "Red flag means there is a warning not to go into the water. Means you are not allowed to go into the water." I know, it's like people, it says don't go this way, and they go that way anyway. And we have this situation where people are being warned not to go do that, and they do it anyway. It's quite insane. Definitely. Now, this is Hurricane Katrina when it was around, when it was about to make landfall, and it was one of the most deadly hurricanes in history, of course. All right, and the city was ill prepared at the time for something like that. It was just being bombarded with hurricanes, and they're outdated, and it went downhill. All right, so then this one, although it's like a category 2, it's still very big. Like because it has a lot more space to do its thing than the other one. So yeah, you can see that one. Katrina was very, very big. It was huge. Like it may be around a similar size of Katrina. Now I'm seeing it from a closer perspective. They're close in size. The other one's a weaker hurricane. It's not going to go on land and really affect anybody, but that one looks a little bit bigger because it has the Atlantic to absorb the heat from. And that one is very similar in size, but of course a very, very much more powerful hurricane. It was like a category 5. I'm just talking about the size of it, the width, of how much space it's covering. That's all. And yeah, so that, and Going over here. So this is Hurricane Aaron. It's out in the ocean, but it is certainly getting close to land. It's closer than, as I said, closer than I thought it was. That's why it's all cloudy all the time. That's why we've been getting quite a bit of clouds lately, because of the outskirts of this hurricane. Yeah, so I think I got some rain today, actually. Maybe it came from that. That's probably where it came from. Parts of it, I guess I'm just making an educated guess there. It could, parts of the outskirts could have floated over here. Anna said, "Don't get waves in Atlantic like Pacific, so when hurricanes out, people want to surf." Ah, okay. Right, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that, but it's interesting to know. Yeah, so that's the hurricane going over in that direction. Aaron's strength has remained steady over the past few hours. It's still a Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds of 110 miles per hour, according to the 5 p.m. Eastern Time update, National Hurricane Center. The hurricane is tracking to north at 14 miles per hour and is about 300 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Aaron, however, rain, heavier rain and wind are about 500 miles away from North Carolina coast, but the hurricane's outermost rain bands are producing thin lines of rain and thunderstorms. In eastern part of the state, ocean conditions will continue to deteriorate in the coming hours. Okay, understood, Anna. With gusty winds start picking up considerably, especially after sunset. Aaron is still expected to strengthen back into a Category 3 hurricane later today. North Carolina ferry system has evacuated over 2,200 people. North Carolina ferry system has evacuated that many people and 100,000 cars from Oracoke Island, where an evacuation order is in effect as the morning as they prepare for impacts of Hurricane Aaron. The last ferry on Oracoke Hatteras route will be at 400 p.m. No, not 400 p.m. That makes no sense. At 4 p.m. Eastern Time. The last ferry on the Ocracoke South Dock route will be 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and ferry system said in a Facebook post. Well, this will be your last chance to evacuate Okra before Hurricane Aaron's approach, they said. An evacuation order also has been issued for Hatteras Island. Okay, so continuing. Some more. Aaron's outermost rain bands are moving over the eastern North Carolina. Alright, so 4 hours ago, this is it moving over North Carolina. Those are the outer bands coming through. Rain and a few thunderstorms from Aaron's farthest rain bands are moving in lines across eastern North Carolina this afternoon. Hurricane's heavier rain bands, contain stronger winds, are still around 50 miles off the coast. Hurricane Aaron's eye Perotets in the Atlantic. A massive storm has developed an eye and strengthened, and massive clouds can be seen swirling clockwise over the ocean like ice cream right there. Okay, so checking something. Michael says, I was watching a weather feed today and they were talking about Aaron going from Cat 2 to 3. Pressure might drop significantly, increasing wind. The wave surge tonight on the beaches in North Carolina. Okay. Right, Michael. Mass cars getting out. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cruise 40 dunes along the north coast ahead of Aaron's landfall. So these people they're trying to get these bulldozers to help the coastline and reconstruct it, so the water doesn't go into the city. Yeah, mass cars getting out. And it says a lot of summer vacationers there. That's a shame. Yeah, a lot of people trying to do things with the summer and get a vacation and have a good time, but that's not really how it works. Now, the reason why that beach had sand on it was because they got these construction trucks to go to make a mountain, to make a barrier so it doesn't get into the city. That's why they put it there. Crews with North Carolina Department of Transportation are shoring the protective dunes into the state's Highway 12 prior to Aaron's peak storm surge. Highway 12 is a slim, scenic stretch of road that connects the islands of the Outer Banks. Officials have warned it could be completely inaccessible for several days due to significant coastal floodings. Yeah, so that's interesting to see how they were able to do that. So, continuing further. Hello, Liberty. It's great to see you. Welcome. All right, so at the moment, doing some hurricane updates about the system over in the Atlantic. So, Aaron had one of the fastest rapid intensification in Atlantic history. So, the Atlantic, like one day it was like a tropical storm, next day it is a category 5. Then it went back down to a 2 and a 3. So, that was something that's not been seen before in intensification in Atlantic history. And it's very close to the coastline, closer than I thought it was. And Liberty, they have people that are trying to go to the beach still and like hang out at the beach when there's like a storm happening. And it's like people are not supposed to really go there because it's not really safe, and they had to tell people not to go there. Yeah, so that's the hurricane intensifying. That's the eye of the hurricane. See, it turns and then it becomes an eye. Aaron is a Category 2 hurricane now, but it's had quite a journey before this point. On Friday afternoon, Aaron was a Category 1 hurricane with 75 miles per hour winds. Just 24 hours later, the hurricane exploded to Category 5 strength with sustained winds of 160 miles per hour. It put Aaron in the history books as one of the fastest strengthening Atlantic hurricanes on record and potentially the fastest intensification rate for any storm earlier than September 1. Rapid intensification is when a hurricane gains at least 35 miles per hour of wind speed at least 24 hours, and such extreme rapid intensification historically tends to happen in September and October. The phenomenon has become far more common in recent years as the planet warms due to fossil fuel pollution, they claim. And I'm not denying that or accepting it. I'm just saying this is what they're saying a possible cause could be. Hurricane Aaron joins the list of only 43 Category 5 hurricanes on record in the Atlantic. It is the 11th Category 5 hurricane recorded in the Atlantic since 2016, as usually high number. It's also unusual to see a Category 5 storm from so early, particularly outside the Gulf, as the strongest hurricanes tend to occur later in the season. Yeah, so that is interesting. There's 2 more systems that are following it, and they're going to probably go into the same direction. Dare County prepares to shut off water for part of Buxton warns residents to shelter in place. Dare County, home to much of the Outer Banks, has announced its water department will shut off water to part of the village of Buxton by 5 p.m. due to the ocean overwash concerns. Overwash happens when a storm's waves are taller than the dunes, causing the water to push sand inland. An area south of Highway 12 will be affected by the water shutoff. The county also urged anyone still on Hatteras Island to evacuate immediately or prepare to shelter in place. The window is safely evacuate is closing quickly due to coastal flooding and overwash that has already begun to import portions of the North Carolina Highway 12 and is forecast to worsen by this evening and continue to deteriorate as 6 p.m. high tide approaches this evening to be ready to shelter in place. The county said in a 2 p.m. ET bulletin, although the most severe impacts from Hurricane Erin are expected on Hatteras Island residents and visitors North Oregon Inlet, especially those staying along the ocean front, should remain alert. Now, some logic here about the hurricane. Now, they say that Hurricane's Erin's storm will pack a punch, and that's what it's doing at the moment. And a powerful hurricane like Erin should hinder tropical activity in its wake. It's not. When hurricane barrels across the ocean, it doesn't just kick up waves, it stirs the water beneath it like a blender. That mixing drags cooler water from the deep ocean up to the surface in a process called upwelling. Normally, that leaves behind a trail or chillier water that acts like natural storm repellent. Hurricanes need warm water to grow, so the cooler wave usually makes it harder for the next system to strengthen. But Erin's churning hasn't put much of a dent and tropical development potential for the storms trailing behind it. Two areas of the Atlantic have had a medium chance to develop into at least tropical depression, according to National Hurricane Center. It's because the Atlantic sea surface temperatures in much of Erin's former track are still running above average. Climate change driven by fossil fuel and population has warmed not just the surface, but the water below it. So when Erin drags it up, the cooler water, it's still plenty warm enough to fuel the more storms. In the past, one big hurricane could cool the ocean enough to slam its brakes on the next. Now, an overheated Atlantic, the buffer is disappearing. So there's another hurricane that's going to go farther east, farther out into the ocean. It's not going to go to the U.S. mainland. The other one, the third one, not too sure yet. Hello, Moki. It's great to see you. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a good evening. So, we are talking about this hurricane that it's going farther out into the ocean, but it's very close to the shoreline, so it's going very close to the shoreline, and it's causing a lot of bad effects. Now, with this hurricane's effect, Moki said she's putting off doing cat boxes. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And Erin's storm surge will pack a punch. All right, so specifically, okay, this is the sign that we're talking about where it says no swimming, but a lot of people were ignoring these signs, and people were going into the beach anyway, and when they're clearly warned not to do that. So Hurricane Erin is stirring up near 30-foot waves, and it said no swimming, and people were doing the swimming anyway. And it's kind of more context about that. I was cleaning cat boxes earlier. Scared. An ocean monitoring buoy in the Atlantic, a little over 20 miles northwest of Aaron's center, recently reported waves up to 29 feet, and these nearly 30-foot waves are happening about 350 miles off the coast of the Carolinas. This comes after another buoy near the Bahamas recorded nearly 40-foot waves as Aaron passes by yesterday evening. Waves will get bigger as Aaron gets closer to the buoy north of the Bahamas. The buoy is like this. Also, wind speed is pressure among many variables. Okay. Yeah, so people gotta have these warnings. People gotta heave to these warnings that they get. And Aaron's biggest waves will make it all the way until coast by 20 feet or more. It'll crash to North Carolina late tonight into tomorrow. Homeowners didn't expect to end up on the ocean, residents say. Now, asking me specifically about cat boxes, okay, so in this house there's one. In the cat room there are 5. 6 actually. No, wait. I'll think a moment. We're getting a little mixed up here. Okay. There's I have 5 cat boxes in the other cat room. Yeah. When people built houses in Rodanthe, North Carolina, decades ago, nobody expected it to be here on the ocean. Frank Coletta told CNN, speaking just steps from the shoreline. In '70s, the beach was another 300 feet out. Coletta said, with the ongoing erosion, the oceans and a doorstep are closer. Off many of these homes, Rodanthe is experiencing some of the highest erosion rates in North Carolina, according to the city's planning documents. Mother Nature is undefeated, Coletta said. She's going to eventually win and take these houses. Coletta, who has lived in the area since 2009, said while he isn't too concerned about Aaron, he did take some precautions to battle. Yeah, scared. Locals are generally more worried when a storm takes more of an inside track, Cotella said, through people are concerned about Highway 12, the island's primarily thoroughfare, being impassable for a few days, and Aaron remains concerned for the oceanfront homes, many of which had collapsed into the sea. Others have been moved away from the surf, either on the same entry or entirely different lots. There's another cat room where there's 1 cat box, so there's 6. And then upstairs there's 1, so that's 7, something like that. And the garage itself, there's like a couple of cat boxes kind of for other animals that could hypothetically use. Or cats that are just like outside. Thank you, Mogi. Also, with the rapper trial, they already started deliberations, but they didn't come to a verdict, of course. They're going to maybe probably come to a verdict tomorrow. It was quick. Right. Right. Yeah, Liberty scared. And now I have with the cats, the ones that we have, they are quite Cardi B trial starts soon. Oh, okay, Mookie, thank you. Yeah, I have not like had a problem with them, but the only problem that I've had with the cats is sometimes they get scratched or they bite sometimes. But besides that, they have been very uh, nice and they clean themselves. So scared. Yeah, scared. So I was with them in the cat room before I was over here, and I was watching some scenes from the other trial, and that was like briefly on before they went off, and then petting them and doing the boxes and just kind of spending some time with them, and then come over here. I got a big a gash in my leg from Bubbles getting my attention, but he's a good little kitty. He's over there, hanging out, and I have the alien immunity, Liberty. Scared, but of course, knock on wood, of course, and also, yeah, but with the cats, there's like one outside that eats, and there's another one that comes sometimes, and then there's like a third one that comes also, even lesser than the two other ones. There's cats in the back, and also the cats are rescue cats, by the way, and there's one in here, there's a white one in here, so uh, they are they're all like sleeping right now. That's what they're doing, and there's Mary Toodles is with one that's a white fluffy cat. Yes, absolutely. They are Moki. I like dogs too. It's always nice to, you know, do stuff with a dog. That's also cool. I like both cats and dogs. My family has cats only though. Some other relatives I have dogs and cats, or just have. Now, one of my relatives is allergic to cats, and so she has a dog. Now, I could be slightly allergic to them because I sneeze and stuff around them sometimes, but nothing major. Scared. 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 Aaron remains a Category 2 hurricane. Aaron's strength held steady over the past few hours. It's still a Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds of 110 miles per hour, according to the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. The hurricane is tracking to the north 13 miles per hour, and it is about 335 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Aaron's most potent outer rain bands are still above 100 miles away, North Carolina's outer banks, but ocean conditions are at the coast are expected to start the deteriorating season. The Hurricane Center warned Aaron is still expected to strengthen back into Category 3 hurricane later that day. And Anna said, "Your bills must be through the roof, alien." Scared. It is quite a bit to keep up with, Anna. Yes. Along with all the other things. Yes. Scared. There's and it's also a lot of land to take care of, which there's some things you got to do with it, but it's a lot of grass to cut and things to maintain. It's a big place to uh, keep together. It's like two houses, like neighbor houses that are connected into one thing, and yeah, so that is it's definitely and it's also a lot to keep up with, but it is nice blessings at the same time. All right. No, right now is not a good time to get another one or two. I do cat sit for a friend when he goes out of town and his GF can't take care of them. And the Delphi trial is fast. What do you think, Alien? Guilty or not guilty? Oh, okay. So I see your question. So basically, with that one, we think it's guilty, or my other friends agree with me. It is guilty, and justice for Dolph. Rest in peace. But when the prosecutor was doing closing arguments, she was getting a little bit emotional. She's getting a little bit loud, and it's like they're trying to, the chat was telling her, although she didn't know what we're saying, to present the evidence, like to convict him. And then she looked at the jury and started hollering. It's like, you don't need to holler at the jury, So, but yeah, I think guilty, but we'll see what happens because free Dolph. Rest in peace, Dolph. Yeah, and Mokes, Donna starting tomorrow. Thanks, saw nothing about it, and starting to thanks, buddy. Yeah, and Anna, there's this pipe, this water system that my grandpa put there, and something must have not have gone right with the installation of it, and a bunch of water was leaking from it. A bunch of tons and tons of water was allegedly leaking from it underground. So they have to get that fixed. So yeah, just one thing after another. And this, what's called the Sewage and Water Board, is they're, in my opinion, they have Timu tendencies. In my opinion, they couldn't come out because they're working on the weekends. They don't want to do anything, and just sometimes they just kind of slack a little bit. It seems, and like you'll have like 20 construction workers and 2 or 3 people doing something. It's like, it's a great city, but sometimes people they need to go to one online and look at the online gurus and get themselves straightened out, because sometimes it's like they don't want to do something, they don't do it. It's kind of like a little bit of inconvenience, but everything's okay and being settled. And when you're ready, I have a friend who is a rescuer and always looking for adoptions. She has one that's beautiful, long-haired, orange male. I want him, but I'm afraid that it would put my poor old cat over the edge. And alright. Okay, continuing. Alright, those are homes. Like, imagine building a home that close to the shoreline. And, it's that close to the shoreline. And it has to be the tide is that far out. I mean, I like a house on the beach. That sounds cool, but we got this like little a log stick cabin. It's like those toys that I played with in the 2000s, where you put a bunch of logs together and build like a house. That's what those things are. You're gonna build like a flimsy shack right where like a hurricane happens. I think that sounds like a great idea. Anyway, I don't know everything, okay? I do not know everything. It's always good to think differently and have good ideas. All right. And attack someone. And they're supposed to finish jury selection on the morning, then opening statements. Cardi B is accused of assaulting a security guard in 2018. Oh, okay, Moki, thank you. I certainly will watch that. Lincoln Logs. Thanks, Moki. Thank you. I couldn't think of the name. I remember Lincoln Logs, but I couldn't think of the name. I remember That's when I first heard the name Lincoln. And Abraham Lincoln, I always thought of those logs. Yeah. When I was in pre-K, I I would like to little build things with it. I remember that. I remember that clearly. Yeah, so that's basically like Lincoln Logs, right there. Beach erosion is a key reason why homes in the Outer Banks are so vulnerable to hurricanes, even when they don't make landfall. Erosion is a natural process on barrier islands over time, and waves, sea level rise, and coastal flooding eat away at the sand, rocks, and soil on a shoreline. Quote, most of the beaches on Hatteras Island are generally in a pattern of erosion which is not uncommon, and we are expecting a larger level of erosion to occur as function of Hurricane Aaron and large powerful waves associated with it, end quote. Dave Halleck, superintendent of the Cape Hatteras National Seashore, told CNN, erosion doesn't happen overnight, but it has caught up to many homes that were built close to the water years ago. Halleck said, with some of these homes already standing in the water as a result, it may not even make massive waves to cause some damage. There's a degree to which structure can be threatened. Halleck added, if a structure has had no dune in front of it, but is far from the winter during a really large event like Aaron, it could still be threatened. A particular concern are a town of Rodanthe in the village of Buxton, where Halleck said dozens of structures are threatened in some degrees. Now, Moki, there was this time with the today in the trial. I thought although it's a dark topic, it was interesting seeing the forensic analysis about the bones. And seeing how how that stuff works. It was scared, but it was still quite interesting. Oh, hello, Kay. Great to see you. Anna said went to first grade at 6 in my day. No pre-K or prep K or pre-K. Oh, hello there. Hilarious. All right, that's all the updates about it. Governor. Let's go to Wolfenbarger. In the Wolfenbarger trial, murdered mom's daughter says dad told her how a body should be hidden. The daughter of slain Georgia woman, Melissa Wolfenbarger, took to the stand this week during the father's murder trial and testified that he made alarming statements while they discussed true crime. Christopher Wolfenbarger is on trial in Atlanta. He stands accused of murdering his wife, Melissa. In '99, investigators found human head soaked in bleach and black trash bag off Evelyn Avenue in Atlanta. The head is in an area behind a glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger once worked. Police said he didn't report his wife missing until 2000, claiming that she left voluntarily and never returned. Christopher Wolfenbarger was indicted in 24. Michael says, can you sum up all the new quote-unquote evidence we heard today in Wolfenbarger trial? Oh, there wasn't any. Never mind. Yeah, exactly. Right. Police said he didn't report his wife. Okay, and at the time of the disappearance, Melissa was married to the defendant and had the two children. Her oldest child, Christina Garrett, 30, testified she had no memories of her mother and grew up thinking that her parental grandparents who raised her were biological parents. When she found photos of her mother, started asking questions, she met with, oh, hello, Judy. Good to see you, Judy. When she found photos of her mother and started asking questions, she was met with reluctance from parental family members. According to testimony, Garrett said she was discouraged from asking questions because of the case surrounding her maternal grandfather, Carl Patton. Carl Patton, notoriously known as Flint River Killer, was serving time in prison for starting murders in the 70s. Police arrested in 2003. Judy said she knows that Waffle Boy likes roofs. Oh, yeah. There's suspicion around the Waffle Boy. Quote, we were told that they were bad people and we didn't want to talk to them, she said. During Melissa's funeral in 2003, Garrett said she recognized Melissa's mother, Norma Patton, who came to her home a few times over the next years, standing in the yard asking where her daughter was. That was essential when we pieced together that woman in front of the yard was our grandmother, and this woman, she said, had been talking to about was our mom. Garrett testified. Chew! Garrett reached out to her mother's family and by 2013 stopped speaking to her father. She began searching online for information regarding her mother and has since lost contact with defendant's side of the family. Garrett said she never really had much of a relationship with Christopher Wolfenbarger, who told that her mother ran off to California. When she became interested in the true crime, however, she began watching shows and discussing cases with her father. Thank you, Judy. Oh, thank you, G. It is wonderful to see you. It is right here. Oh. My precious Piite, G, it's great to see you. And the Piite is a type of rare gem, by the way. I discovered about today, and that's what you are. Shout out to you, G. It's always amazing to see you here. Okay, so it was a murder case, and a person had been free several times. Okay, so in one instance, Christopher Wolfenbarger allegedly said that a killer should have hidden a body under a house, recalling a true crime case they had been discussing. It was a murder case, and the person had been free several times. Garrett testified like it was a very old murder case that he had been found on. When he said about hiding bodies, they were talking about true crime shows and daughter's class. Scared. Chris said that it wasn't. Oh, wow, that's synchronicity. G said, I was going to say that yesterday to you. It was one of the things on the list I mentioned we can one day discuss. Oh, absolutely. And G, that is incredible. What is great minds think alike. Great synchronicity. Awesome. Awesome. We sure will do that. Chris said that it wasn't the way he should have hid the body to begin with. If you go out there when they're about to build a new house and put it under where the foundation of the house is going to go, and when the crew comes back to lay the foundation the next morning, they're just going to continue building the house. Ah, okay. She said, remember the topic I told you that was where I found it was on the list. I named you the other thing. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, Moki, understood. That's when he told me he didn't know where my mom was. He didn't know if she was in heaven, hell, Stockbridge, but he wishes that he did. Garrett information caught her off guard. She said she confronted Christopher Wolfenbarger. Sounds like you're talking about my mom. And she also recalled how the defendant claimed he could get away if they come looking for him. All right, there you go. That's a part of it. Today there is some different witnesses and there's some nice forensics that was discussed. You know about not nice, but it's kind of gory about the bones. Rear discretion's advised. All right, so about like when you have something in a plastic, like flies and stuff can't get into it, and other critters and decay. So that was something interesting. And Michael says that's how the family used to bury people, using commercial construction companies. Hoffa is under the football stadium in New Jersey. Oh, okay. Oh, Moki, that is absolutely true because there is very little evidence. There's circumstantial evidence, but the burden of proof is needed, and when you don't have the burden of proof, you don't really win a case. Yeah. All right, and I like to talk about the Dolph trial. That's something I like talking about. Let's see. So after this, I'm going to show you all something. I'm scared. Memphis court coverage. Man accused of young Dolph murder plot on trial. Hernandez Govan, the main police say planned the killing of Memphis rapper young Dolph is on trial. Anna said, think Netflix is making a deal with the patents. Oh, that's possible. I've not heard of that, but that's possible. Hernandez Govin, the man police say planned the killing of Memphis rapper Young Dolph, is on trial. A trial which started August 18 began nearly 4 years after Young Dolph was deleted inside a cookie shop in Memphis. August 19 saw multiple law enforcement witnesses testify, with prosecutors trying to link text to Govin's involvement with Young Dolph's killings. Defense attorneys, meanwhile, tried to illustrate a wider conspiracy against artists with Dolph's music label. You can catch up on that testimony in this live blog. August 18 saw testimony from Memphis Police Sergeant, a Tennessee Bureau Investigations Special Agent, and Cornelius Smith's girlfriend. Smith was one of the two alleged gunmen who officials say shot and deleted the Memphis rapper in 2021. You catch the testimony in this live blog. Okay, Anna. Okay. Alright. And Michael says, I can't believe Govin had 80-year-old woman with her life alert device hanging from her neck testify for him. I know. Okay, we usually just do it on weekends, but my aunt is here, so it's almost every day. Okay, so you mean actual day in the pool. Okay, I got it. Thought it was some kind of code word for something nefarious, so scared. Defense complained about patents and Netflix outside jury. All right. August 18 saw testimony from Memphis Police Sergeant, a Tennessee Bureau Investigations Special Agent. Smith alleged the gunman who officials said shot and deleted the Memphis rapper in November 2021. You can catch up on the testimony in this live blog. Exactly, Anna and Moki. Hernandez Govin's fate in the hands of the jury as deliberations begin. Right before being sent back to deliberate, the fourth alternate jurors were randomly selected and removed from the jury. After that selection process, the jury was sent out from the courtroom at 5:10 p.m. Prosecution reboots allegations of fatally faulty police work. Quote, are you kidding me right now? The defense just called the whole city of Memphis dumb. Scared. District Attorney Carla Taylor said during her rebuttal, this trial is about Hernandez Govin, not the DA's office, not the city of Memphis, not the police. It's about Hernandez Govin. But as the investigation developed, Taylor said that the investigation became two-pronged: the homicide and the conspiracy. Govin's role in the conspiracy, as far as MPD was concerned, it didn't come up until Angela Arnold spoke with police, Taylor said. Michael said, Pool Day is really going around the local businesses and collecting their protection money. Scared. Scared. She went to say the big juke is dead. Bobby Carter is dead. And Joshua Taylor is also dead, naming 3 people who have been named dropped throughout the trial as participants in a conspiracy. She also acknowledged that Justin Johnson had contact with Big Juke, but said Smith never was able to reach Big Juke. Everybody was making jokes about Big Juke, by the way. It was hilarious. She also said the defense was trying to distract from the fact that this was Govan's trial. In the end, all figures point to Hernandez Govan. He got a ball rolling, he kicked the ball in the end, and Taylor said listening to Govan's various collections with each of the co-defendants and Collective Music Group affiliates. Defense closing gives closing statements. Manny Area, attorney representing Govan, started his closing statement saying that he was not aware of the jurors' backgrounds, but said he had an innate trust in them as Govan's peers. Aurora then told Govan to stand up and move to the desk with the attorney saying, "It's time you stop being marginalized." End quote. Scared. You should be embarrassed as community that your district attorney thinks this is enough evidence to convict someone on first-degree murder, Aurora said. I agree, Moki. I remember earlier when we were at that trial, and it didn't really seem like that was going to be the case. If it was, that would have been something really incredible to see. But I don't think it's going to happen either. But I still think that there's not enough evidence. It doesn't seem like there's, from my observation and what everybody else is saying, seems to be a lack of evidence that he seems to have done this. So I have to see how it all goes. Anything that's, it could be anything. It could be unpredictable. I mean, you never know. But yeah, I do agree, Moki. Alright, Aurора's closing statement focused entirely on inconsistencies with the police investigation and inconsistencies with the witness testimony. He also said there is a plan to delete young Dolph because everyone knew there was a bounty on him. And he also questioned where direct evidence of text messages between Govan and co-defendant saying they should delete young Dolph. Don't you think that if they had that evidence, they would have shown it already or questioned? The only circumstantial evidence is him hiding in the garage, yeah. Moki said, I've found that the people who think he's guilty listen to that podcaster who got her info from Norma. Ah, okay. Oh. Scared. Okay. The remains by his work and the saw. Oh, okay. Prosecutors give closing statements, say this case is about choices. Shelby County Assistant District Attorney Iris Williams delivered the prosecution's closing statements. She led off her statement the same way. She opened the trial talking about choices. Most importantly, I told you that you needed to focus on the consequences of his choices, Williams said. And what were the consequences of his choices? Violence, deletion, and loss. Behind Williams on the wall was a television of PowerPoint presentation. The second slide presentation was a video from Makita's homemade butter cookies that show young Dolph arriving at the cookie shop, getting out of the camouflage Corvette, entering the shop before he was shot. BK's complaining about sexual harassment in prison. Oh. Hilarious. Remains by his work and saw, like he would steal a saw from work instead of going to the murder aisle. Oh, okay. Maybe he didn't have he couldn't afford the murder aisle. I mean, he didn't have a coupon. Scared. Michael says they were never able to link the saw, even that was the same make and model, to being used to dispose the body. Know me, and said it was a type that made these marks on bone. Behind Williams on the wall was television with PowerPoint presentation. The second slide of the presentation was a video from Makita's home. Oh, yeah, I read that. Okay. A Life of Ladies and Gentlemen, Williams said the video ended. Williams then drove into the law and saying two of the most important things about the conspiracy charges were an agreement and the overt act. The overt act, she said, was young Dolph's murder. Moving on the first-degree murder charge, Williams said that the key aspect of convicting Govan in Tennessee's criminal responsibility statute, since she said Govan assisted in deletion of young Dolph and benefited from his deletion. Govan did not have to be present for him to be found guilty. Williams also noted that Govan had an in with Godey's music label, connecting the rapper. Alright, Moki, understood. And refused to sign them, and young Dolph would later create his own label and Paper Route Empire, and beef would be extended to the entire label. Alright. Judge Jennifer Mitchell resumed the court just before 2:30 p.m. Wednesday following the lunch break, and she started to read the jury instructions. These will be how jurors apply the law and the evidence they have been presented with throughout the whole trial. The doors of the courtroom were locked during instructions, preventing anyone from entering or leaving as Michael read the instructions. And to the additional charged offenses, first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, Michael said the jury can also convict on the lesser included offenses. All right. Lesser charges: second-degree murder, facilitation of first-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder. solicitation of first-degree murder, solicitation of second-degree murder, aggravated assault, felicitation of aggravated assault, access to after the fact of degree murder and assault. Alright, now Anna was saying about looking at parts of this closing. We're going to look at some of the closing arguments. Okay. Alright. Okay, so let's see about the closings right here. All right, here we go.
He needed to focus on the consequences of his choices.
This is the state's closing right now. So here we go.
Hernandez Govan and the consequences of his choices. And the consequences. What were those consequences? Violence, death, and loss. And not just the violent death of a famous music artist, but the violent death of a human being, a person, someone whose life was marked with artistry, community, entrepreneurship. So let's take one last look at how that life ended. Kids, he needs money. So of course he wants to make money. And he tells you about several discussions between Govan, himself, Justin Johnson, and Jook. He tells you that at one of those meetings, Govan
LOL, Michael.
told him that there were multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Mr. Thornton, but also Paper Route Wu. He told you that on one night, he was given guns by Govan. He was given guns by Govan to attempt a hit on Paper Route Wu. He told you that the multiple bounties, out of the multiple bounties on PRE artists, Thornton's was the highest. Thornton's was $100,000. So of course he jumped on the opportunity. And Smith told on himself. He told you everything. He told you chapter and verse, who was in the room and what was said. And if you're thinking about a conspiracy, who would you want to hear from the most? A co-conspirator. Someone that is in the room, someone who can tell you what happened, what was agreed to, what went on. So after he found out about what this bounty was, he talked about November. He talked about how him and Justin knew.
It's okay, G. So this is the closing of the Young Dolph trial, which is the rapper trial, and I was discussing it, and Anna requested to watch the closing because I explained what it was, and so that's what it is. It's the closing of the Dolph trial. Okay. This is the state right now.
About a turkey drive that Peoria hosts every November. He told you that there were a few days where they went hunting. They knew that there was going to be multiple days where the turkey drives were happening. On the 16th, him and Justin Johnson went out hunting. Wasn't successful. On the 17th, he told you that Justin picked him up from his father's house. He told you that when he picked him up from his father's house, Smith and Johnson went hunting again. And when they were at the intersection of Lamar and Airways, they saw Dolph's car drive past. Earlier this week, I told you that most Memphians know Adolph Thornton's car when they see it. And Cornelius Smith told you the same thing. They knew who it was when he drove past. So they followed the car. They followed the car all the way to Makita's, and at Makita's, they pulled around, parked the white Mercedes that they were in, got out, gunned down Adolph Thornton, and killed him. They got back in the white Mercedes, and they left, but not before Marcus Thornton shot Cornelius Smith. Smith also told you that they ditched the car. He told you that they ditched the car on Bradley Street, across the street from the defendant's home. He told you that once they left the car there, they went to Two-Lane Apartments. At Two-Lane Apartments, that's where they switched clothes, that's where they had their wound kits, and that's where Cornelius realized that he left his phone. He left his phone and he needed a ride. So he used his co-conspirator's phone, Justin Johnson, to contact his girlfriend to pick him up. And you heard that from Angela Arnold too. She told you that she got some communication from a phone number that she did not recognize. A phone number that was not her boyfriend's. It was not Cornelius's. He told her to pick her up, and she did. When she picked him up, he got inside the car. He told her that he had been hit. He told her what happened. And he told her that they killed Dolph. You also heard from Angela that he had previously told her that there was a hit on Peoria artists, but she didn't believe him. But he told her. And he told her that there was a bounty. And when she picked him up that day, she learned that they had killed Dolph. They both testified that after they left the Two-Lane Apartments, they went to a gas station for Cornelius to buy some cigarettes. And after they left that gas station, they met up with Govan. They met up at the Pressure World. And at the Pressure World, Cornelius said that he got his phone back, and he got out the car. Well, first he got out the car. Then he went and talked to Govan, who was already outside the car. And he got his phone back and got back inside of Angela Arnold's car. Angela Arnold also testified that the same thing happened. She's never been to Pressure World before. She's driven past, but on this particular day, she pulled in. Cornelius got outside the car. Govan was waiting for him, and they went to the back and they talked. She didn't hear anything, but she saw the defendant there. And she knew that Cornelius had to get his phone. But then, Angela tells us, and she confirms what Cornelius already told you, that they had to get a car cover. She didn't know who the order came from, but she knew that they had to get a car cover. And Cornelius testified that he got the cash from Govan to get a car cover. So that's where they went. They got the car cover. But if you remember, Angela Arnold told us that there was some point where she dropped Cornelius off on Bradley Street for him to wipe down the car. She made a loop, she came back and she picked him up. Cornelius told you the same thing. He told you that he wiped down the car. One piece of information given by two different people saying the same thing. And then, if we're going back to what Cornelius told you, he told you that shortly before he was arrested, he ran into Hernandez Govan in the street. They parked their cars, they talked. Govan was worried that Smith didn't get any money. He told Smith, I'm going to go to prison. I'm going to make sure you get your money. Well, of course he wanted to make sure that Cornelius got his money because he had previously asked for a $10,000 cut. He wanted his money too. Angela Arnold told you the same thing. She told you that Cornelius told her about this meeting in the street. She told you that Govan told Cornelius that he was going to go get his money. Cornelius told you that on the day that he was arrested, he was buying cake and ice cream for his daughter on her birthday. He told you how he got arrested. And Angela Arnold told you the same thing. One story, two people who told you the same thing. And we also heard from Sergeant Dabney. He was the case officer. He testified that he and other officers found the white Mercedes in the back of 1174 Bradley, directly across the street from the defendant's home. He told you, or he described the description of the car. He went through slide by slide, picture by picture, and told you that this was the white Mercedes that was used in the homicide to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. And then we got to Sergeant Browning. He went back to August 13th. He told you about an attempted shooting or attempted murder on someone named Paper Route Wu. And remember, Cornelius already told you that Govan told him that there were multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Paper Route Wu, also known as Terrence Baker. On this date, 911 dispatch received multiple calls about shots being fired in the area of 3645 Allendale Road. This is the shooting that Cornelius was talking about. The shooting that happened because of the guns that Govan provided. And on this day, there were multiple calls from Hernandez Govan to Justin Johnson, another one of the conspirators. 12 calls, or 12 communications, between Hernandez Govan and Justin Johnson on the day of the Paper Route Wu shooting. 8 calls, or 8 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith on the date of this Paper Route Woo shooting. 4 calls between Hernandez Govan and Anthony Mims, otherwise known as Big Joke, the number 2 person at CMG, on the day of the Paper Route Woo shooting. And then we get to November. We're going to talk about the conspirator communications. Defense will have you believe that there was no communication between Hernandez Govan and the rest of the conspirators. Sergeant Browning testified that on November 2nd, 2021, there were 7 communications between Justin Johnson and the number for Hernandez Govan. On November 3rd, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 20 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 5th, 1 communication between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. And as we get closer to the murder, November 6th, 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 12th, 5 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 15th, 2 days before the homicide, 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. You heard it from defense that there was hardly any communication between Hernandez Govan and the conspirators immediately prior to the murder. But you see here that there was communication. November 17th, the day of the homicide. On this day, 17 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith, the person he chose to do a job. On November 17th, the day of the homicide, 15 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan, the person Govan chose to do this job. And 3 communications from another number of Hernandez Govan, ending in 1460. Another thing about these call records is that it confirmed a lot of what Cornelius Smith told us. Cornelius Smith told us that he left his phone in the car on the day of the homicide. Well, the call records show that there are no outgoing communications from 12:04 hours to 14:36 hours, which would coincide with Cornelius Smith not having access to his phone during that time because he left it in the white Mercedes. These are surveillance footage that we've previously seen. Cornelius Smith told you chapter and verse that it was him and Justin Johnson that did this. He told you they entered into an agreement. He told you that the reason they entered into the agreement was because of the $100,000 bounty. These records show that Cornelius didn't have his phone. He told you that he needed Justin Johnson's phone to contact Angela. And he said that he used Justin Johnson's phone, as indicated by the records. This shows that an outgoing communication from Justin Johnson's phone to Angela Arnold's phone, given the address of the 2 Lane apartments. And then he told you that he needed to get his phone back. Well, whose phone did he use? There's an outgoing communication from Angela Arnold's phone saying, "This Zebra, send me bruh number so I can get my phone," to Justin Johnson. And then they asked for Quest's number. And shortly after these text messages were sent, Angela Arnold and Cornelia Smith met Govan at the Pressure World. They told you that they went to AutoZone for a car cover. Well, the phone extractions say the same thing. There was a receipt from around that time from AutoZone, or at least it looked like it was from AutoZone. Further, Cornelius told you that he wanted his money. He needed his money. And that communication with Jook wasn't really a thing. He would use Govan as the go-between person to contact Jook. But he still needed his money. So he found a way to message Jook, and he told Jook, "What's up, big bruh? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan's little homie you met before. I've been trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." Govan's homie. Govan's chosen person for the job. Ladies and gentlemen, we went from this person, this life, to this. You heard from Dr. Samuelberry. 20 gunshot entrance wounds to Adolph Horton's body. We went slide by slide, picture by picture, documenting the injuries that Adolph Thornton received on the day of the homicide. She told you about the manner of death, the cause of death. She went through his injuries, the remote bullets. She told you about the wound on his face. We went from this to this. The defense will try to tell you that the police officers didn't do a good job, that the investigation wasn't complete, but yet they put on an officer as their witness. It seems as if the investigation isn't good if it doesn't cater to Hernandez Govan. It seems as if the investigation isn't complete when it doesn't benefit the defense. You heard from Sergeant Browning that this was a two-part investigation, and that he started to get involved when Angela Arnold talked to officers about Hernandez Govan's involvement. Her interview was December 17, 2021, a month after the murder. It was a month in before they even realized that Hernandez Govan was involved. You also heard that Justin had access to Jook, and that Justin was communicating with other people and he was doing his own thing. But that doesn't take away from this conspiracy. That doesn't mean that this didn't happen. That doesn't mean that Govan is not involved. Govan already had Jook's contact information. He already had Justin Johnson's contact information. He already had Cornelius Smith's contact information. And if you look at the text messages that the defense entered into evidence, you see that there is communication with people that Hernandez Govan also communicates with, like Joshua Taylor. defense will also tell you that the investigation wasn't complete because there were other people involved that weren't charged. Well, we heard from Sergeant Browning that this investigation is ongoing. By definition, a conspiracy is an ongoing crime that is continuous in nature. And sometimes you just don't have all you need to charge people. Sometimes people die. You can't indict people that aren't here anymore. And if all that isn't enough, you heard from someone that was in the room when it happened. You heard Cornelius Smith. You saw the videos. You heard the testimony of Angela Arnold and Sergeant Browning that support what he's telling you. Defense introduced a video of Cornelius Smith on December 9th, 2021, the day that he got arrested. He told you himself he was a pillhead. He was high. And you saw that in the video. Even Angela Arnold told you that the day that he got arrested, when she was with him, he had taken some pain medication. And ladies and gentlemen, remember the call records. These communications don't lie. They coincided with dates of importance. The week of the turkey drive, August 13th, the shooting on Paper Route Woo. They don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into the law one more time. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant entered into an agreement. What is the agreement? What is the agreement? The agreement is if you kill Dolph, you get $100,000. You need one or more people to be a participant in that agreement. You heard from one of them, Cornelius Smith. We know there's Justin Johnson, and there's Hernandez Govan. There is an agreement. And what also do you need? You need an overt act. Earlier I told you that an overt act in the murder case is often the murder. Well, you saw videos of that. You heard the defendant, you heard the shooter, Cornelius Smith, testify that he killed Adolph Thornton Jr. For first-degree murder, it has to be a premeditated killing of another. When we talk about premeditation, we know that there.
Yeah, she had something wrong with her voice, the judge, and the judge had something wrong with her voice. So I think she's sick or something. Like that. Yeah, because she just couldn't really talk, and yeah, she's having some problems. Yeah.
There's no timeline on premeditation. It could be months, it could be weeks, it could be days, it could be a few minutes. All you have to do is have time to reflect. All you have to do is have time to think about what you're doing. Well, they had plenty of time. Cornelius said that they talked about this well before this murder. And we saw that the hit on Paper Route Woo was on August 13th. There was plenty of time to think and reflect about this murder. And as you saw from the video, it happened. For criminal responsibility, all you have to do is you have to have an act with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense. Smith told you Govan wanted his cut. He wanted $10,000 from Justin Johnson's cut and from Cornelius Smith's cut. That sounds like proceeds. Further, you don't have to be there when the trigger is pulled. You saw the video, you know that Hernandez Govan wasn't there, but that doesn't mean that he is not responsible for ending this life. Ladies and gentlemen, the state's burden is reasonable doubt. You heard in the jury instructions that reasonable doubt means moral certainty. You have to be certain for every element of the offense. That's my job. Certainty means that you can sleep easy at night knowing the decision that you made. It's not beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Judge needs to learn sign language or can play charadas. Hilarious.
It's not 100% certainty. It's not beyond all doubt. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the standard. Once you've looked and reviewed all the evidence, all of the photos, all of the videos and testimony that you've heard this week, it is the state's position that we have fulfilled our burden. We ask that you, the jury, make a choice. We ask that you make a choice to hold the defendant.
All right, so basically, okay, there's a rebuttal that's even more from the state that's even more intense. Scared. We're soon going to see the defense closing. Then the state goes again, and boy, it's wild. It's wild. Scared. Exactly, and I agree.
Hernandez Govan, responsible for his actions. We ask that you find him guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
I just have to switch this off.
No, you right there.
Talk to you about the fragility of the criminal justice system, and I hope you can see the why now. I don't know anything about the 16 of you, which 12 are going to be the actual jurors. Mr. Govan doesn't know. I don't know if you have kids, if you're rich, if you're poor, if you live in Orange Mountain, if you live in a nice part of Memphis. You see that I'm from Atlanta. But all I have is trust in you because you said you are peers to Mr. Govan. Mr. Govan, stand up. Come sit at the table and let them see you. It's time you're not marginalized anymore. Sit there while I talk. The fragility of the system is solely based on you. I don't know in what world the prosecution is living in this case, because unless they were watching something in the multiverse where other witnesses were saying perfect things, I don't know why we're here. You all should be embarrassed as a community that your district attorney thinks this evidence is sufficient to take a man's life for first-degree murder. You should be embarrassed that this is the person you voted for that brings this type of case. Just embarrassed. Many of you said you had a problem with the criminal justice system because too many people go free or they get bond. What they don't tell you, what the government doesn't tell you and the press doesn't cover, is this is what happens when you don't have an advocate that knows what the hell they're doing, checks all the records, fights for you, and shows you that he didn't do it. That's just another black man that is of no value from Orange Mountain, that's poor, that has never had a voice in his life. I'm fixing that. My team is fixing that. He is indigent, he is poor, and he deserves better than he's gotten in this case. Sergeant Browning, who's the biggest liar that I'm going to go through with you, says we can't kidnap people and bring them in for questioning. What did Angela Arnold tell you? They threatened to have me arrested, being involved in this case, if I didn't talk to them. We went to the airport and we figured he was going to assert his rights, so okay. What about the second guy, Mr. Sears? His lawyer said he wasn't in town. when you talk about accessories and all this other stuff that the judge has told you about, how about the people that helped hide them? How about the people that helped give him new clothes? How about the people that gave him medical treatment, assuming they were even shot? Because you know what? I don't even know if he was shot, and I don't even know for a fact if that was the Mercedes used in the murder. Because why? There was no blood in the Mercedes. Had there been any blood, to back up what Cornelius was saying, they would have plastered it front and center to you. Their own lieutenant from crime scene that they did not call tells you no one wiped that car with bleach because luminol or the other star thing, whatever it was, would show that. And if somebody said, I poured bleach on a towel and I wiped that car down, they would be alive. I don't know what world we live in. None of you would buy a pack of gum based on the word of Cornelius Smith. You wouldn't do it because he's a lying piece of so-and-so that will do anything. Lie to his pretend grandmother, his family, his girlfriend, anybody. And I'm going to prove it to you as we're going to go through a few more slides. And Detective Browning may even be worse because that's just pure evil, trying to put people in prison based on shaded evidence. Dabney told you the truth, that we didn't do all this other stuff that we should have done. We didn't get around to it was his quote. He wasn't happy about it, but he told me the truth. The other guy couldn't answer a yes-no question. It was always dodge and deflect, which is what they're taught to do as part of their training when they go and come and testify. These are the people that are policing your streets. You should be ashamed. The only crime that's being committed here today is in this courtroom. It's been committed for the last 3 days. This poor man will never get his life back because of what's happened. He's been threatened because they all think he's involved in the young Dolph murder, and everybody loves Dolph. Dolph has been threatened for years. He moved away from Memphis 5 years ago. He had 3 old bullets in his body from other times he'd been shot at by people, being in Charlotte, being in Los Angeles. Everybody knew there was a price on his head. There is no plan. There is no plan. I tell you why? Because if I made a plan and I go back to my house across the street with the murder car, are you freaking kidding me? And then they go ahead and call around to see where can we go to get changed. We are across the street from the guy that planned the murder. We don't go to his house to change clothes, but we ride around town until somebody picks up the phone, as you see from the records, and we go to Tulane while we're bleeding and doing everything else. Have you seen a single photo of Angel Arnold's car, the Mercedes, or anything that had a drop of blood in it? As if they said, Cornelius is a pathological liar. I don't even know if he got shot on that day, because you have to ask yourself. There is a bullet lodged in his shoulder, as he told you. For a freaking month, he didn't get infected. He didn't have a problem. He just put some bandages on it and it was okay. Please, for the love of God, this is insane that I even have to talk to you about this. If this is what is sufficient evidence for first-degree murder, we're all in trouble because you're going to be next. Assault, all these charges they gave you, there's 15 different ways they're trying to convict this guy. I didn't assault anybody. He didn't assault anybody. He didn't aggravated assault anybody. He didn't solicit anybody. He didn't facilitate anybody. He didn't act at whatever ate anybody. It didn't happen. All the text messages, all the phones, everything that showed you. Have you seen one single message from Justin Johnson or Cornelius Smith that says, hey bro, let's go shoot somebody? I gave you tons of messages over their objection where Justin Johnson is talking to other people, talking about killing people. They weren't discreet about it. Where is a single message to go back from any of these people over the course of 4 months that says, we're going to do this? Can we get your permission? We're going to give you $10,000 or $38,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or $1.5 million. You think if they would have had it, they wouldn't have shown it to you? They know the truth is the text messages are only about music because he's friends with Justin. I'm sorry Justin's not a nice guy. They all live in the same neighborhood. They've all known each other. Just because you have, quote, communication doesn't mean you're in a conspiracy to kill someone. Cornelius. Let's go over the slides. This will speak for itself, and I'll let you think about it because I've hammered the point about didn't prove it. I don't need you to say he didn't do it if you don't want to, but absolutely, for God's sakes, didn't prove it. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so, excuse me, so you see this, what the government says? Angel Warner's phone? Absolutely. This is Star Defense Exhibit number 1. This C bra, assuming C is Cornelius. Send me bra number so I can get my phone, right? He needs to get his phone. Next slide. Quez's number. Guess what he told you is the one honest thing he said. His brother's freaking name is Marquez Smith. They call him Quez. His brother is the one that got the phone at best. You know why? Because they had TBI Garner up here. They asked him to do location data analysis on the phone, right? You guys remember all that? And they did it solely for Cornelius' phone, and they did it for Justin's phone. But yet, they didn't show you any location analysis. All they have to do is say, it's in that general area, this is where the tower's pinging. Because calls are being made. Where was this call from? Where was his brother Quest? They just BS you constantly, and here I am fighting for this man's life. He is your peer. You need to be here protecting him from this. This is the crime. Next slide, please. So I'll just go over a few things on Cornelius Smith. I think that was pretty obvious from his statement. Go ahead, Robert. I think all this is obvious. You got a sociopath on your hands that's out there on his daughter's birthday. Is he intoxicated? Is he not intoxicated? Just ask the prosecutor to tell you a straight answer, honestly. Do you even think the prosecution would take advice from Cornelius Smith on anything? But it's good enough for this poor man's life. My dad used to tell me, you know how somebody's honest? Would you loan them money? Raise your hands if you're going to loan Cornelius money. Because that's the crux of the whole case. And a bunch of BS cell phone records that don't tell you anything. Because they didn't do the location analysis. They can't give you a single text message that says we agree to do anything. And we know it was at least 4 months between the so-called meeting between multiple shootings that Cornelius did and when Justin went out. Next. And if you're not biblical, I'm sorry, but growing up that way, it's just used to be told the truth never changes. You don't need to remember it. You don't need to practice it. Why were we meeting with prosecutors and the lawyer just now report? I don't want a deal. I'm just here out of the goodness of my heart. I'm going to get a mandatory life sentence. Insane. Next. We also showed you the letters from Cornelius that he sent to his sister saying, I've got that lawyer that you paid for. It's this guy's lawyer, and that guy cooperated against somebody else and walked from a murder. That's what you have in black and white in Cornelius' own handwriting. And that is what all of you said when I said, what would you do to avoid a life sentence? You guys said, probably anything. All right. We know this to be true. Next. And we know all this to be true. Next. And we all know this didn't happen. It just didn't happen. His story just didn't happen. And both he and Angela said it. Because, remember, he had talked to his family to go see Angela between the 14th of December, her first statement when she didn't know nothing about nothing, and the 17th of December when she's decided. And note how they have to prompt her to ask, could it be somebody with the name Q? And note, they had to ask her, didn't he forget something? Didn't he tell you something that he might have forgotten or something that he needed? They had to prompt her. This is 30 days after that. You don't have to remember the truth. This was the biggest day in somebody's life, you would think. I just killed Dolph. I'm running around, and she can't remember who the guy was that picked up the stuff at pressure room. Oh, shocker. There's a few cameras at pressure room. They had the absurdity to tell you, well, do you know how long the camera might be working or how long it records? You know how to find that out? Maybe go there and ask them. We've had Ring cameras and other things like that for a decade. It always goes to the cloud, and most likely it's going to be preserved for a year or so, which is what most businesses would do, especially in a dangerous part of town. And guess what? You have those crazy MPD cameras everywhere. If you drive home, you'll see them. It's got the little blue thing coming out of it. I've showed you some of those from right around the area. Nobody checked any of them. You don't have to take my word for any of it, because everything I'm going to tell you is going to be backed up by independent evidence. You don't have to trust me for anything. You don't know me. But I want independent proof before I get in bed with a murderer with a machine gun that shot a guy 20 times in broad daylight, and thank God he didn't kill anybody else in that cookie shop. And this is who they're in bed with. Next. All right. Sorry, I just have to calm myself down. The other things with the shenanigans, as they try to tell you, is when the officer accidentally said, I don't even know if it was Justin something, I think he said that, but he said AKA Dolph, I'm sorry, not Dolph, Grubb, in that. And Mr. Cornelius says, yeah, I met him through miscellaneous in a moment of weakness. And you know, when I asked about it, how you smiled. You have murdered somebody, and we're up here chuckling. The government's chuckling with him, and he's laughing at me, making smirky faces, and says, I saw you on TV. That's the behavior you want from a guy that took a machine gun and murdered people. In fact, his definition is, I didn't shoot that many people because sometimes we didn't get the shots off or the gun yet. And you're going to make a deal, not a single text message anywhere, take my word for it. And oh, by the way, I think he's a federal snitch, but I don't know if I believe that or not, because he's never snitched on me. All right, next. And then he also tells Uncle Ron, maybe we should have gone and talked to him, whoever Uncle Ron is, yeah, but I'm not a policeman, and I'm not trying to put anybody in prison. That there was a bug on him, that he's a snitch, and so you're going to have to plan a big old murder. Next slide. So we know he paid for his lawyer, and we know that was a team issue, and you know the absurdity of the prosecutor in their last statement. They're going to get to go up again and call me every kind of name in the book, which is fine. I can handle it. I will take those arrows for this man that I've grown to care about over the last year and a half, because he didn't do it. They had the audacity to tell you we can't indict somebody that's dead. Shook died 2.5 years after all this happened. Remember, Justin Johnson was indicted in December of 2021, about a month after this happened. Cornelius was indicted in January of 2022, about a month and a half after this happened. There is no investigation done in 2023, or essentially 2024. It was done. They indicted and gotten who they wanted. So at some point you got to ask yourself, what happened here? And I have no idea. But it's not my burden to prove their screw-ups. If you believe Cornelius, he says Jook is the one that set it all up. His girlfriend says that. Then they backtrack and say, well, he was there and he set it up, bingo. None of it happened. Keep going. And with Miss Arnold, I don't know how you date.
Anna says the Boswell chick that deleted her kid and put her in a shed in a trash can was in here too. Another one that was done, and she says, I saw 4 cops that beat up a guy tried in here. Another one, I think the guy that put the woman in the woman's remains inside a freezer last year, I think he was in one of these courtrooms too. That guy. I don't remember what the case was called, but I think that guy was involved in one of these courtrooms too.
A murderer that's been domestic violence me, stolen from me, done this. I don't know what her issues are, at fault or not. She's just doing what the man's telling her to do. They've had visits, they've talked about it, and her story's still iffy as far as that goes. And God bless her. I hope none of you would be with a essentially soon-to-be convicted murderer for 4 years after all this happened. Right, next. And the interesting thing there was, we keep talking about the car on Bradley. Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley. And Bobby Carter was involved in the shooting with Mr. Cornelius. And in fact, Angela says Bobby was involved in the double shooting as well. Next. All right, we already know this as far as the jail calls and the family coming to see her. Next. And we also know about the varying amounts of money this whole thing was worth. So now we get to the meat and potatoes of a few things I want you to consider. Remember, The two pillars to this case is you got to believe Cornelius Smith, and the judge has told you over and over again, you have to have that agreement. You got to believe it's out there, otherwise nothing. They've come up with 15 different methods, from murder to second degree to 30. I don't care if it's 47th degree murder. None of this stuff happened. There's no assault. There's no solicitation. There's nothing. So let's talk about the detectives. Next slide, please. All right. So the Detective Browning, the all-powerful Detective Browning, told you that Govan last talked. Oh, I'm sorry, I got my slides mixed up. We know Dabney, who actually I respect and had a nice talk with. He said they didn't do it straight up. Didn't try to sugarcoat it. We just didn't do it. Didn't go to pressure roll to confirm anything this man was saying. Tells you straight up we didn't go to AutoZone. Tells you straight up there was no relevant evidence of AutoZone. So this mystical receipt that's all crumply and you can't tell what it is, that's supposed to be some kind of evidence now. And they didn't get around to investigating Joe, who was on Team Cornelius or whatever you want to call it. At least he was honest enough to tell you that. Next. So these are the slides you saw yesterday with Detective Browning. And this is where the evil of it all comes in. He did these call detail records for you. And this slide cuts off at 11:16 at 3:01:17. Right? They stopped it right there. I've highlighted for you. That was the slide. You might wonder, Manny, what's the big deal about that? It's just some phone call to somebody, no biggie, right? Yeah, he's talking to Cornelius here, no problem. But guess what? If they would have given you the full story on the slides where they try and bias you, next slide, you see, on the same 11:16 at 5:37:15, this is Jook's number.
G says, I didn't follow this case. Whoever the defendant is he, G, or no, not guilty for whoever is following it? We will see what the jury decides, and I would say guilty, in my opinion, and the other ones think the same, but it's depending how each side articulated it. It would depend on what would sway the jury, because it's important to, you know, make sure that the evidence and the proof and stuff is there, and to make those type of arguments for the prosecution side, and them to, you know, defend it. Yeah, so that's my position on it.
And he spent a 6-minute phone call. It's not on the slide. I had to pull that off the call data records that you're going to have a thumb drive. You will never find it or see it because there's thousands of pages of call information out there. But you see, this thing stops up there at 3 o'clock. They don't tell you this part. That Justin Johnson talked to Joe before the murder and also sent him a turkey emoji. If you are a law enforcement officer, your job is to investigate and the facts go where they may. You don't have a job to convict people. That is why I respect Dabney. He made a mistake, he owned it. Browning is a liar. Pathological liar through and through. Next slide. So I take this where Browning also told you that they last talked to Govan on November 5th. You remember an opening statement that told you Justin Johnson had not talked to Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the murder. No communication whatsoever. But they try to tell you that, oh yeah, on November 5th, he must have talked to Govan. And then Cornelius last talked to Govan on November 15th. Just remember those. It was very specific that they argued. So let's go to the next slide. So what you'll see is, on November 5th of 2021, this is Govan's number. Her name is Govan. He's getting a call from Justin Johnson. You see this? This is the communication they had on November 5th. How many seconds is that phone call? Let me break it down to you. Zeros. It never went through. There was no phone call for at least 2 weeks. No text messages. Nothing. And this is the guy I'm supposed to be planning a murder with the most famous person in Memphis. Are you kidding me right now? All right, next slide. So there's an old movie that said the tail wagging the dog. You've got Cornelius telling him what they want to say as he tells you he likes to do. And everything they're trying to do is back up what Cornelius says. There is no explanation why they didn't go talk to Joke or bring him down for questioning. There's none. There's none. All right, next slide. So just go through here. That's 10, 12 phones out there. Go through all of them. Find me a text message where a single human being tells Hernandez Govan, we need to do something. That's evil, that's violent, that's criminal. Browning told you he just came up with these slides just a day or two before all this happened, because this is 4 years after the fact. And I'm seeing the slides for the first time. And the slides are complete BS, because they keep misleading you about stuff. And so if the incriminating text existed, they would have showed them to you. They've cut off records in half, so you can't see the rest of the story. Go to the next slide. We know he agreed with me that these text messages, there's thousands of them with Justin Johnson. It's about music, because Justin was in videos and all that stuff, and Govan was there. He was.
Yeah, so you see in this situation how this individual, one thing that is true, that the state has to present everything properly and all the evidence and proof properly to convict someone. Like, say, with Alec Baldwin's trial, they didn't, the way the state withheld things, and when you do things like that, or not really showing a lot of evidence, you could, similar to the Wolfenbarger trial, it could completely discredit their position that the person's guilty. That is what he's trying to argue, in my opinion.
A colleague, a friend, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't make you a murder criminal. And we know he talked to Cornelius about pills. 14 communications is what they call it. What they don't tell you is how many of those 14 actually went through. What were the phone call codes? Remember, 11 is important because that goes to voicemail, or it could be two-way, or the call goes through properly. Is it a text message? I don't know. Last night I'm talking to my daughter just about her boyfriend. Between okay, yeah, no problem, I had 16 communications with my daughter in a span of like 3.5 minutes. It doesn't mean anything, and you can't presume you know what the communications are about if, in fact, for the love of God, they even went through. I've already shown you one bald-faced lie by the government right there. There was no call on November 5th. Keep going. So we have the turkey emoji, we have the 6-minute phone call, and this secretive plan, PRE, as his bodyguard told you, this is social media. They do this every year. This is what they do. Remember, he's a man of the community. They put it out there. Everybody knows they're doing turkey emojis every year. Most of you probably know about this. Next. All right, skip this. Let's go to the next one. And then we have this. It's not anything I could get voluntarily out of that man. We had to press and press and press to show that Justin Johnson already knew Joe. Didn't need our guy to do any of it. That is why you will never see a single text message of any incriminating nature. Because I can promise you, had it said anything, a comma out of place, they would have it plastered up here on a board saying, see, we got him, we got him. Next. All right, so Garner, he said, MPD asked me to do what? Location analysis on a couple of phones. Justin's and Cornelius's. All you have to do is plug in a number on a computer. We could have done it. Hey, it's all just pinging off pressure wounds. Maybe more believable. Even if you choose not to go there, you could just ping it. You don't need the actual phone if you've gotten rid of it, because you can just order the CDRs from the phone company, as he told you. He did cell phone tower analysis for a very short amount of time, and then it just stops. Is this kind of investigation in Memphis we call sufficient to put somebody in prison for life? And none of the other phones were done. Where was Chuck? Hell, where was anybody else in this case? Right? All right, we've got this, so covered that. Go next. We covered the AutoZone thing. I just respectfully ask, if the audacity to put a crumply receipt in front of you that you can't read and just say, Detective Browning, I just know this now. It is not mentioned in any police report anywhere. As I asked him, he couldn't answer the question. But now suddenly it shows up in the phone. We know Dabney knew this was garbage because they talked about the auto part from earlier. You can't put a date, time, place on it. It's all what they call red herrings to mislead you. Think there's something nefarious out there and just use your imagination to convict people. You would never let this happen if it was somebody you care about when you saw this. Some of you might be supervisors. If this half-assed work is what they brought to your desk, you would fire that person immediately. And don't say you wouldn't, because you would, because it makes you look bad. This whole county is a freaking embarrassment with regards to this trial, and the whole world is watching, and this is what we've got. All right, next. And then the last thing is you got to ask, if I set up the plan, I don't know if I'm having the murder car come to my house. And if I am having the murder car come to my house, why don't people just come inside and change clothes there instead of riding around all over town trying to find a place to go change? And again, I know you may think I'm crazy, but there's no blood in that car. Was this even the right Mercedes as far as that goes that they got? You remember Treon Ingram and another gentleman had stolen that Mercedes a while earlier. Treon Ingram didn't come and testify because Treon Ingram picked up another murder right after that. Where did the blood go? Cornelius told you point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts, and his girlfriend, I took bleach and I wiped it down. And the lieutenant from CSI with 28 years of experience says that just didn't happen. Where's Angela's car? Remember, she said he was bleeding all over it. Where's the evidence of any of that? All right, next. So all I do is cross my hands and beg you guys, he is your peer. There is no evidence here. You would never accept what's happened in this courtroom in your own personal lives to make any decision of any kind. And he deserves that same respect. There is nothing here. They're going to get to come back up again. Remember, we talked about first impressions. You need to use your minds, your eyes, your ears, and your noses and call the Smith test BS on this whole thing that they're about to give you yet again. There's nothing here. There's no solicitation, there's no facilitation, there's no assault, there's no murder, there's not a text message, there's not a phone call worth a damn, and they aren't telling you the story. Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate Chuck? Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate all the people that helped these folks escape? And if you want to talk about conspiracy, how did he conspire or solicit Justin Johnson? Have you heard anything about that? Who's Jamarcus Johnson? Have you heard a single word out there? They're all together in a conspiracy. All you have is Cornelius' word. He's the linchpin in this whole case, and none of us would trust him. And we sure as hell wouldn't loan him money. And then we have phone records that actually exculpate him. But if you make it all nefarious and have a sleazy detective get up there and talk about it, it sounds pretty good. He didn't do it, but you don't have to take my word for it. He didn't prove it. If this case gets a conviction, then I just need to stop being a lawyer because the system is shot to hell. Thank you.
Are you kidding me right now? Spencer just called the whole city of Memphis stupid and dumb. Everybody from the DA to the police officers to the prosecutors, he called y'all dumb. Called everybody, all one of them dumb. Are you kidding me right now? This case is not about the prosecutor. This case is not about Juke. This case is not about Justin. This case is not about Cornelius. This case is about Hernandez Govan. He is the person on trial. Not the city of Memphis, not the DA, not the prosecutors, not you, Hernandez Govan. That's who we are here about today. That's what this proof has been about. Embarrassed. Who should be embarrassed? Hernandez Govan. He is the person that made the choice to get engaged in this conspiracy. He made that choice. We've talked about choices. There are a few things in life that we can control, and our choices are one of them. What choices did Hernandez Govan make? You've heard that over the last few days of the choices that he's made. His choices led us here today. All right, police, they say they didn't do a good job. Convenient story. Something, novel. Because they didn't arrest everybody has to be arrested for them to do a good job. There was a twofold investigation. Sergeant Browning and Sergeant Dabney both told you that. It's very convenient that that part was left out of the defense's argument. There's a twofold investigation. Homicide and MGU. Those are two different entities within the Memphis Police Department. There was an ongoing investigation. And as Ms. Williams mentioned in her closing statements, this is a conspiracy. It's ongoing. To let you know that they were still investigating, look at the call records. Look at when those call records were received. Now, defense will have you believe that, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of call records. There are. But guess what? You'll have access to all of that, and they're on a flash drive. You can search. You can put in the numbers that were given to you. When things happen, what happened with those calls. They're there for you. There's no hiding. There's no putting them aside. They're there for you to look at. So I wanted to clear up that misstatement. The focus at the time of the incident, November 17, 2021, was on a homicide. It was not on who went to AutoZone or who went to Pressure World. The focus was on a homicide. A person was dead. The defense never mentioned that we are talking about a dead person. Dead. It's everybody's issue and fault but Hernandez Govan. The police didn't kill Adolph Thornton. Cornelius and Justin killed Adolph Thornton. But who put them together? Hernandez Govan. Look at the PowerPoint presentation that Sergeant Browning provided. It has communications that contact log was put in there for Juk and Justin on the same day, about July 27th, around that time. They looked like they exchanged numbers. And if they knew each other before then, they wouldn't have had to exchange numbers. They would have already had each other's numbers. Look at that. Look at the call detail records of Cornelius Smith. You'll see about the first time he had contact in his phone anyway with Hernandez Govan was about July 25th, 2021. Around that time. All you have to do is plug the numbers in. It's not rocket science, as he'd have you believe. Hernandez Govan put these individuals together. In Govan's investigation, Govan's role in this conspiracy, as far as MPD was investigating, really didn't start until Angela Arnold gave a statement. Now, if we are to believe anything Angela Arnold says, then we are to believe call records, which Sergeant Garner said they don't lie. They're the records. They are what they are. So we can't believe that. We're not supposed to believe Angela either. We're not supposed to believe anything that's happened. The records are what the records are. But they bring in Sergeant Coburn or Lieutenant Coburn. Officers are bad. They don't do a good job. But he wants you to, well, this officer did a great job. Just this one that we bring in. He did a great job. Cornelius will tell you, he didn't just get a whole thing of Clorox and pour it all over the car and wipe it down. He said he sprayed some substance on a towel and wiped. He was still hurt. It was in the dark. He was in a rush. He was scared probably that Govan was going to come out and shoot him or do something because he was across the street from his house. But you want us to, defense wants you to believe that all the officers are bad, they did everything wrong, except that part. The investigation was ongoing. Look at the call records. Look at when they were done. And you can still investigate. And because you want someone arrested tomorrow, it doesn't mean the evidence is all there. At this point, Jook is dead. Bobby Carter's dead. Joshua Taylor's dead. We can't arrest them. We're not digging them up from the ground. They are dead. That point is dead.
Hello, Liza Jean. It's you have a good evening. Thank you for coming, Liza Jean. And yeah, this is quite a wild one. We're reviewing a trial from earlier. That I was watching because that's what. Although they weren't watching this one, that's what a lot of here we like to review trials and things like that. We've been talking about the Johnny Depp trial lately and other news stuff as well. Yeah, so it's really nice to see you, Liza Jean. I'm glad you came by. Take care.
Browning just analyzed the numbers that were there. Garner said the records are what they are. They come from the phone company or from the phone. All Browning did was analyze it to say, hey, these many calls came from this individual, this many contacts. That's all Browning was brought here to testify about. But because those records show Hernandez Govan communicating with the conspirators throughout the summer, throughout the fall, from July until November, well past November 17th, at least November 20th of 2021, oh, Browning's a liar too. And when all he did was analyze the records. The records were made by Mr. Govan. Defense also brought up that basically Justin Johnson had access to Jook on his own, basically. But we know that Govan made that connection. July 27, 2021. We know that. We see that in the call records. We see it. Govan already had Jook's information. Govan already had Justin's information. This was by July 27, 2021. Govan had Cornelius' information. Govan texts Justin address to Jook's smoke shop. And the contact was created between the two while they were there. But guess who did not have contact with Jook? Cornelius. He was a part of this conspiracy as well. And he got up here and he testified. And he told you that he really didn't have much contact with Jook. Guess who he was communicating with? Hernandez Govan. That's who he was communicating with. And let's look at the definition of conspiracy. You just have to create that at least with just one other person. So if you take defense at his word that Justin Johnson had other conspiracies going on and this was something separate, Hernandez Govan was still egging on Cornelius. He promised to get Cornelius paid. Cornelius didn't have direct access to Juke. He told you he was trying to still get his money. December 2nd, 2021, he sent a message from Angela Arnold's phone via Instagram messaging. He said he couldn't just straight out put that, hey man, I want my money. I did what I was supposed to do. He said he sent him a message trying to get his attention. A week later, he's arrested. But Hernandez Govan was the link between all of them. Hernandez knew Juke. Even if the order, if it did, that's still being investigated. But if the entire hit came from Juke, it was communicated to Govan, who then put it out to Justin and Cornelius. Hernandez Govan did that. The defense also makes the assertion that for 2 weeks, Hernandez Govan didn't have any kind of contact with any of the people who did the killing. He didn't have contact with Cornelius. He didn't have contact with Justin. The phone records will tell you that that is not true. It's simply not true. The phone records are there. There was contact. There was contact the day before. There was contact the day before that. There was contact days before that. And even if they didn't talk on the phone, what is stopping them from walking to his house? Communication is there. Doing everything to take away from the fact that this trial was about Hernandez Govan. And there's nothing that says, okay, if we don't talk within 2 weeks, that all of this is out the window. Nothing in the jury instructions that the judge gave you or read to you said, all right, this conspiracy ends if we don't talk in a week. This is not girlfriend and boyfriend stuff. This conspiracy was ongoing. Hernandez Govan is just trying to pull himself away at this point. But this, Justin and Cornelius, they were put together by Govan. It's been reiterated several times.
Yeah, and you see the way she acts, you know, her talking real loud and stuff, I feel was not professional the way that someone, how they should do the closing. But yeah, it was wild. When we were watching it live, everybody was going to lower their volume down. It was just kind of like a real cringe, especially how they present themselves. So, yeah, as she finishes up, she just threw everyone off, like, it's like hollering at the jury. It's like you don't need to holler at the jury, just it's not really conveying the message properly, in my opinion.
All right, even if you believe what the defense says, say Justin was conspiring with others. Okay, two things could be true at the same time. But what we do know, that shortly before the turkey drive, Cornelius said that Hernandez Govan called him and Justin together and was like, hey, y'all know this turkey drive getting ready to come up. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to make this money? Y'all ready to do this? Cornelius told us that. The call records, they show that there was some communication shortly before the turkey drive, the week before Thanksgiving. And Govan just reminded them, this is your mission. This is what you're supposed to do. If you want this bread, you need to make it happen. You need to make sure that you take care of that bounty that's been out there. You need to make sure this is what you do. So Justin chose, even if there were other conspiracies, just if there were other conspiracies on the side, on November 16, 2021, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius. He chose Cornelius. The same Cornelius that he was introduced to through Hernandez Govan. That same day, Justin Johnson sent Juke a turkey text. It's the same text that defense has entered into evidence. He sent that on November 16th. Defense just showed you there was some communication with Juke on November 16th. On November 17th, again, the day of the murder, the day that Dolph was killed. Even if there were, again, other conspiracies, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius Smith to go on a hunt with him. He chose to go on a hunt with him. He chose him the day before. He chose him on the day of. And Cornelius Smith said the only way he knew who Justin Johnson was because of Hernandez Govan. He told you that several times.
Scared.
Then we talk about Cornelius. Let's talk about his testimony. Cornelius was the state's witness. Prosecutors are probably not going to be hard in screaming at their own witnesses. The point is to get the witness to talk so that you, the jury, can understand what's going on. They're a witness. Cornelius, at this point, has already testified in a previous trial. He has no reason to come in here and lie to you about what he did. He said and told you, as you watched the video of the murder of Adolph Thornton, he told you, that's me with the big gun that killed him. Now, if any part of that is, if he's to lie about, why lie about him killing somebody? That's where you lie at. He didn't lie about that. He told you. I did. But I wouldn't have known Justin Johnson except for Hernandez Govan. And he put us together to get this done. He told you, the defense attorney, at least several times, that he was under the influence. You saw the video. Cornelius Smith was up there. He was high. Even the questions that were asked of him were confusing. And he told you, he said, I don't remember. I had taken some pills, and we learned he'd been taking pills. So why at that point say anything different? Even Angela Arnold said he took some pills that day. Yeah, he may have been fine, but he told you, I've been doing this for a long time. It may not affect me the same way that it affects someone who doesn't take pills. But in addition to the pills he was taking, he took some Tylenol PM. Defense tried to make it seem like it was just, a headache medicine. But he was getting that edge. He saw the end of the road coming for him. He knew the marshals were behind him. He knew that. He's taking them pills. So they tried to get a statement out of him that day. He's all over the place. He's confused. Doesn't really say much then. But he gives a statement eventually. And he tells you on the stand what happened. How Mr. Hernandez Govan set all of this in motion. And defense, paints him as a liar. Cornelius said it's game with the women. Well, Angela, she's still with him. Some kind of game. Letitia Jackson, his kid's mother, he had enough game where she took his phone. He handed over his phone to her the day he got arrested. And Miss Ferguson, the neighbor, she said, he's a sweet baby, just sweet as he won't be, just slow. He helped her out. She didn't have a bad thing to say about him. Said he didn't give her $500, or someone didn't give him $500 for Cornelius. How do we know Miss Ferguson is the neighbor that happened to? Live on the street, there's several neighbors. But he brings sweet little Miss Ferguson in. We had nothing bad to say about Cornelius. Cornelius, this testimony was backed up by Angela, by the evidence in phone records, by the murder. All of that is backed up. Okay, you have looks like an AutoZone receipt in a picture crumbled up. You have access to the picture of their receipt. It was a picture that was in the phone that Cornelius took. It was in Browning's presentation. Look at the receipt. Blow it up. Stretch it out. You'll see that was taken, it looks like AutoZone, and it was a receipt from November 20th, 2021. In the end, all of this points back to Hernandez Govan. He got the ball rolling. He kept the ball rolling. He kicked the ball.
All right, Moki. Good night. Thank you for coming.
All in the end. He introduced Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson for the purpose of taking out members of PRE. One member of PRE being Adolph Thornton. That's where the conspiracy started. Again, all fingers point back to Hernandez Govan. Justin, Hernandez Govan. Cornelius, Hernandez Govan. Juke, as the defense keeps wanting to throw out, Hernandez Govan. And why go to Hernandez Govan house after they commit the murder? Because that was comfortable to them. No one ever said these were the smartest killers. They didn't plan on getting shot. That wasn't part of the conspiracy. When we get shot, we're going to go here. But they'd already had the getaway car at Hernandez Govan house. So they originally met at Hernandez Govan house back in July. If they would ever meet up during the time of the conspiracy, from June of 2021 until March or whenever they were arrested, they would meet at Hernandez Govan's house. Want to go shoot a video? Go to Hernandez Govan's house. They're all in the video. Park your getaway vehicle? Go to Hernandez Govan's house. Park your murder vehicle. Hernandez Govan, that's the person. Now, why did they not go in? Maybe he wasn't there right then. Maybe he was like, something went down, I'm getting out. Who knows? But we know what happened. We know where they went. We know that the murder vehicle was parked there. We know that the getaway truck that they used to get somewhere else was parked in front of Govan's house. We know that. Even Cornelius Smith told you, Cornelius Smith told you that Justin wanted him to meet him on the day of the murder. He wanted him to meet at Govan's house. Cornelius said he couldn't get over there. So Justin came and picked him up. Again, all this going back to Hernandez Govan. As much as the defense tried to deflect and get you to choose different deflections, it all points back to Hernandez Govan. Hernandez Govan had choices. He chose to bring Cornelius and Justin together. He chose to encourage them to have a hunt, to go on a hunt. PRE members, but the biggest bounty was Dolph. He knew that Cornelius had a drug habit and that he needed money. And he played upon that. He preyed upon that. And he put him together with someone who was just as hungry for him. Justin and Cornelius were put together by Hernandez Govan. He chose to ask each of them for a cut of the proceeds. He chose conspiracy. Hernandez Govan chose murder. Adolph Thornton will never get to experience many of the things we take for granted in getting old. He will never get to experience gray hair. He will never get to experience wrinkled skin or crackling knees. He didn't get to choose to grow old. That was taken from him and put in motion by Hernandez Govan. You, the jury, you have a choice. The choice is now yours. You have a choice in whether you hold Hernandez Govan accountable for his role in this murder, for his role in this conspiracy. And I ask that you choose to find Hernandez Govan guilty of murder in the first degree and guilty of conspiracy. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm picking up on page 27. Deliberation, order of consideration. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that count, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. Verdict. Count 1. The charged offense in the first count of the indictment is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact, to wit, first-degree murder. Count 2. The charged offense in the second count of the indictment is first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder, solicitation to wit, first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, second-degree murder, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder, assault. Count 1. When you retire to consider your verdicts, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson.
Right now, in this, after this was a deliberation. The jury was deliberating, and there is no verdict yet, and we'll see if there's a verdict tomorrow. So that is it for this segment. And Anna, thanks for asking, and it was my pleasure to show that to you. And everybody that watched that, I appreciate it. It was really nice talking. I mean, showing you all that. All right. Let's see. Two things I want to say before it's over with. Let's see. Going here. Right there. Come on. You're welcome, Anna. Now this is a gem that I called G earlier, and her and I like to talk about these things. So just tell you all what this was. The Pinite is an exceptionally rare borat mineral discovered in Myanmar, Burma, in the 1950s by British gem dealer and mineralogist. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. My pleasure. It was initially misidentified as a ruby before being confirmed as a new gemstone species named after its discoverer. Rarity. Pinite was once considered the rarest gemstone on Earth, with only a few known specimens for decades, while new discoveries in the early 2000s increased the number of specimens. High-quality, facet-grade Pinite remains extremely scarce. Yes. You're welcome, G. This rarity is primarily attributed to its unique chemical composition, containing both zirconium and boron, elements that rarely occur together in nature appearance. Pinnite typically exhibits a reddish-brown to orange-red color similar to topaz. The coloration is caused by trace amounts of chromium and vanadium. Within its chemical structure, the color can vary from pale pink to dark granite red, sometimes with orange undertones. And as she is, that is true. Hardness. Pinnite is relatively hard, ranking between 7.5 and 8 on the Mohs scale. According to Wikipedia, the hardness makes it suitable for use of jewelry crystal system. Pinnite crystals typically belong to the hexagonal system and can appear as elongated or short, stubby forms. Transparency. Pinnite ranges from transparent to translucent, high-quality specimens. G said, that's what I wanted to say to you yesterday, as I mentioned before, but the name didn't sound so elegant, so I picked something different, LO. I wanted us to go over a site I saw about rare world things. Oh, okay. I would like to know the site. Are transparent and eye clean, lacking visible conclusions. However, many pinnite crystals contain inclusions on the fractures that can affect their clarity and durability. G said, please know I firmly believe we are as good as the people we choose to surround ourselves with, and that oftentimes if we misunderstand one another. Understood, G. Yes, very true. Occurrence. Pinnite has primarily been found in Mogok Valley region of Myanmar. Similar to deposits have also been reported in Madagascar and China. More often than not, it's miscommunication. Inherently, people are good people. We all make mistakes. We all get loud, and we all say things wrong, say the wrong things without knowing. She said, the important thing is to be mature, discuss, and be forgiving, and move on. That's a sign of being an adult, mature and faithful. Yes, G, I agree. The rarity of pinnite is the biggest factor in determining its high value faceted gem quality. Pinnite can command prices ranges from 50 to 60 grand per carat. However, some lower quality faceted pinnites can be found for prices between 800 to 6,000 per carat, while some raw pinnite crystals may be purchased online for a few tens of thousands, roughly a 100, for instance, 1.3. Oh, okay, Michael. See you later, buddy. Peace. For instance, 1.34 carat certified pinnites is currently on offer for 1,200,000 USD on Gemrock accusations. A much larger 5.56 carat certified oval cut gemstone is available for Kaufman and Kaufman for 2,800,000 USD. Also, a cushion cut natural pinnite weight is 11.15 carats. Can be purchased for 498 US on Etsy. G said, if you are seeing this, please know whatever may have said that I don't ever even remember at all. I am truly sorry. I appreciate your candor. And Michael, to have a blessed evening from G. Okay. Oh yes, understood, G. Distinguishing Pinite. From other similar looking red gemstones like rubies and garnets can be challenging even for trained gemologists. However, Pinite's distinct refractive index and briefage can help differentiate it from these other stones. A certified gemological report is essential to confirm the authenticity of the Pinite specimens. Pinite is primarily a collector's gem due to its rarity and high value. While it can be used in jewelry, its brittle nature, potential inclusions require careful handle and protective settings. G said, not sure if you remember, I don't even remember. Please tell Michael, in case he had me blocked, that whatever happened, I guess a year ago, I didn't even know him. Okay, G. Will do. Pinite is primarily a collector's gemstone due to its rarity and high value. While it can be used in jewelry, its brittle nature and potential inclusion require careful handling and protective settings. Additionally, some believe Pinite possesses metaphysical properties, and it's used for chakra healing, promoting motivation and ground and stability. If this is the right Michael who one time said to you that we are disagreed on something, I'm 100% do not remember him, the handle, or ever anything. It's actually scary that I don't remember. It's freaking me out. So many names and so many screen names and handles. If it was in a trial and we were heated, etc. Yeah, it was. It's the same, Michael. I'll let him know. Yeah, there's so many people, G, that I don't even remember. There's people that I know that I don't even remember them, but they know me. There's times where there's different people that are even on this channel that I don't even quite remember everybody. We've met millions of people, I'd say, throughout our time. Millions of them. She said, I just want to live my life the way I do in real life, honorably, respectfully, kind, etc. Yeah, and that's the golden rule and golden value, and I'm glad that you are mature enough to see that. And as I learned from you, those mature values. So a lot of people of all ages don't see that. So I'm glad that you have that type of mindset with things. It's so freaking scary, Alien. I have said sorry 8 times now. I don't even know what for. I generally, from the depths of my soul, do not remember him. Yeah, it happens, and we all make mistakes and do things we're not supposed to do, and you're a very good person, and I think that we could see about having a peaceful resolve between you two would be nice. Yes. Yeah, these are the gems. You know, every door has a key, as they say. So, there's always some sort of a solution to a problem. G said, I don't even know what I did or said. It's mind-boggling, but if he remembers me being something other than who I am, then please tell him I am truly sorry. I will, G. I will. G said, he never has to speak to me again. It's all right. It's his right. On my end, all I need to do is please the God who gives me this gifted life. Every breath is a gift. Yeah, that is true, and time is short and limited, and every breath that we have is a gift, and we would envy what we have if it wasn't ours. So yeah, that is very, very wise, very wise. And a lot of times forgiveness comes from self-help also, and not just forgiving the person that did the wrong. So yeah, we'll see what we'll do about that, because you are fine. Yes. Now, because there's incidents that happened maybe even before I went there, because I don't even know of an incident between you two. Yeah. And I think we all are good people, and all people have good intentions, and we all have different interpretations about how that happens. G said, and I have to be okay with myself and forgiveness and being authentic. Once he knows I am sorry, the rest is for him and God he believes in. Amen. Amen. That's very true. And I'm glad that you feel that way. Yes. She said, after this, I know 100% I have done what is right, and I am right with God. That's ultimately what matters. Forgiveness is for ourselves, not for others. Yes. Yes. And, because God will forgive us if we forgive other people. And that, like, a gem isn't polished without friction, and it comes out very beautifully, because it starts out like this, and then it's cleansed like that. In life it has its ups and downs. Sometimes the greatest horse can lose a race, so it just its ups and downs. So this too shall pass. And that's what we see. And learning from it, a mistake is not a mistake unless you were to keep repeating it. So you understanding this mistake, it's not a mistake. And I think this is the same the same Michael, because he was saying before that they had some disagreement, and so it's the Michael L. At least in my opinion, because he mentioned it. She said, I just don't remember him. It's so sad, Alien. It must have been discussion about a trial, but I never really look at the names, Alien. Never I debate the topic. G said, I am not in the chats to argue with people. I think debating a topic enriches our brains. It's very, very important to enlighten one another. Oh yeah, it's absolutely very true, because I think debating, those that want to debate and want to participate in that, I think that's good. Now, some people may take it the wrong way, but I think that it is enlightening one another when we disagree and we can both learn from each other. I think that's very good to do. Two mature adults would do that. I don't even remember him. It's above me. I'm actually more scared about my memory than whatever happened. Things happen. It's trial about people who don't know we're alive. G said, Anna, it's truly worth being upset and real human in a chat over people on TV. Right. You have to accept whatever's woven in your destiny, because it was for your essential need. And when you go through these trials and stuff, it makes us stronger, so it will, because a lot of things can be accomplished and done in tough times. And by God's favor, by God's guidance, may we never trade guidance for misguidance. We always be guided on the straight path. G said, "An alien, I haven't debated in ages. Whoever lies about that, I don't want to be a part of moving forward. It's been months since I ever debated." That is very true. I've not seen you debate. That's very true. And I don't even really know of any debates of yours recently. Look again, hun. I said, is it worth? Not, it's worth. Just clarifying, that's all. Okay, thank you. Chats and people. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, so is it worth? Not. It's worth. Just clarify. Okay, thank you. I understand. Okay, Anna. Okay, I could be wrong, but I thought this is what I was being told. So I think that. Thank you, G, for clarifying that, by the way. And G says, "Not worried, Anna, my sweet friend. I just want to make things all right before this life ends. I want to make sure I do right by all others. That's the life, real life. Facts." G said, "Anna, you guys know better than me, my sweet, because I have no idea." Okay. And yeah, and also I think that it's good to for a G, you already have done the right thing by coming forward and saying that if you did anything wrong, you are sorry for whatever you did, and you don't even remember exactly what it was. So we will definitely, I'll definitely let him know and see about the situation to get it settled. So remember, this happened. It was brought to my attention a couple of months ago. G said, "I have been trying to let him know so my conscience is clear, but he won't respond, which is absolutely okay. And he is right. I just want him to know it's all I'm saying now, while it's only a few of us." Yeah, I don't know what the context of the situation was, and chats, and we all have strong personalities, and things can get heated. And you are okay, G. You don't need to feel bad about whatever happened. If people don't want to talk to you, that is on them. I mean, I'm privileged, and the chat is privileged to be able to talk to you, and it's good that you did that, and just, I'll let him know what you said again, and talk to him, but to give yourself, closure that you did the right thing, and it's all okay, or it's all going to be okay. And said, "If it's him, he's probably embarrassed." Oh. You're fine, G. People get heated in chat, no sweat. Doesn't make us bad. It doesn't make anybody bad. No. No one did anything wrong, especially the intentions were in the right place. That's another picture of G right there. She said, "Oh yeah, I am okay. I am totally fine. Not everyone will like us. Just never want to hurt anyone and never would deliberately." Okay. She said, "And if I don't remember, it's at all. Just never look at screen names of people. If I said something, I think the mature thing to do is at some point is ask a person if they meant it." That is gorgeous. I want it. Yes, absolutely. It'll be done. Oh, thank you, G. I've been lurking some. How is everyone tonight? We are doing fine. We're talking about some chat stories from the past. Oh, I'm doing fine. Speak for myself. I'm doing fine, and it is very important to communicate and talk. So yeah, we're doing good. I'll be after this. We getting some other things done, and chat is seems to be. I've been pleased with chat tonight. Chat's been going very well, and they can speak about how they feel. But everything's been going good on my end. I hope everything's going well with you, Liberty. Oh, that's nice. White peacock. That's very cool. Oh, very great content. All right. Let's go through some of these. My pronunciations may be from Timu, not the best pronunciations, but here we go. The Kai Wit Huite. Oh, I'm glad to hear Liberty. That's very good. Okay. Go over some of these and then we'll be done. And we'll go the rest of these tomorrow also. The Kai O Withuite, found in Mogok region of Myanmar, formerly Burma, is a deep orange crystal that was only officially recognized in 2015, making it one of the rarest minerals on Earth. The only sample ever found is a 1.61 carat gem that was thought to be formed in pegmite. Pegtite. The gemstone was found in the bed of a stream by sapphire hunters in 2015 and is now kept in Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. The pen and Taya. The and Baylissinia. Oh, interesting tree. Very cool, G. Very cool. I love this. Thank you so much for sending this. This tree is known only by the scientific name. It is one of the rarest trees on Earth. Only a single tree exists in the world on one of the three Kings Island off the coast of New Zealand. All other pea bay trees were eaten by goats that were introduced to the island in 1889, making this the last tree one of the rarest and loneliest in the world. In 2005, a team of scientists managed to raise 6 more trees that produced seeds in 2019. They were attempting to reintroduce new saplings into the environment. Oh, okay, thank you, G. Oh, hilarious, Liberty. we go. So your lips will be Hunker Liberty AM. Alright, continuing. Oh, I know the Dragon's Blood tree. This is a tree that's in this island. And they have blue tarantulas. And they have blue looking critters and stuff. And they have strange goats and things. And it's believed that this is the Garden of Eden. And it's an abandoned island with no one there. And they have all kinds of weird trees. And this tree looks like the fig tree. So I know about this tree. I know about this from before. This is otherworldly trees only native to Socotra, a remote island 200 miles off the coast of Yemen. Named after their brightest red sap, dragon blood trees can live to be thousands of years old. Forests of these ancient trees have been wiped out by intense storms, goat herds, and climate change, making these trees some of the rarest in the world. The sap in the trees has been used by locals for its beautiful color and medicinal properties. Without replanting efforts, experts estimate that these beautiful trees will be gone in only a few decades from 2021. That's what I found, but I was like, I'm not calling my bestie a tree. Right. Oh, the corpse flower. Scared. Native to tropical rainforest of Sumatra, Indonesia, this 8-foot flower only blooms for 2 to 3 days, once every 1 to 2 years. When it does, it generates heat and releases a powerful stink that smells similar to the stench of rotten flesh, luring pollinators like carrion beetles to the flies. Most corpse flowers scared live for 7 to 10 years before their first bloom. Once the flower blooms, it typically only stays open several hours until it closes again. I love lime too. I like lime and rum. Right, Liberty, right. This is going to sound funny. The Dickwis spheres. I love the Nutella flavor, but don't have it. These mysterious spherical stones can be found in Costa Rica, measuring between 0.7 to 2.57 meters in diameter and weighing up to 32,000 pounds. These monumental sculptures were... She said LMAO, crooked deek. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, crooked deek. These mysterious spherical stones can be found in Costa Rica, measuring between 0.7 2.57 meters in diameter and weighing up to 32,000 pounds. These monumental sculptures were believed to be belonged to ancient civilization in the area, whose ground the rocks into perfect spheres using only other stones. No one knows for sure when these stones were made or what the cultural symbolic significance of them are. Nazca lines, interesting. Dateline mystery flower or 48-hour mystery. Hilarious. How about they had insurance flour? Oh, life insurance flour. Nazca lines. The Nazca lines are giant designs etched into the ground in the Peruvian coastal plain of 250 miles south of Lima, created by Nazca people. These lines are believed to have originally been a ritual to the gods to bring rain. Their true purpose might have changed over time. The designs of the lines are usually plants and animals, like a monkey, a killer whale, scared, a hummingbird, but also including geometric shapes like triangles and trapezoids and spirals. Personally, I think that, you know what that is, chat? On the screen, right here, I'm going to move myself over there. Right, what this chat is, that is Crooked. That's what I think that is. That's Crooked. Alright, so the Nazca lines are giant designs etched into ground in the Peruvian coastal plain 250 miles south of Lima, created by the Nazca people. These lines are believed to have originally been a ritual to the gods bringing rain, but their true purpose might have changed over time. The designs of the lines are usually plants and animals, like a monkey, a killer whale, or a hummingbird, but also include geometric shapes like triangles, trapezoids, and spirals. The rocks that cover this desert are rust-colored, so the lines were made by removing the top 12 to 15 inches of the rock exposed to light-colored sand underneath. The underground city of Cuyu, rather. Very interesting right here. OG says, I have a question. How come in the trials, or even now, it says 5 watching, but participants are just us 4 listed as participants? Are people able to block themselves from showing up in a 3-dot list? Well, the people in the 3-dot list are people that commented, so there may be people lurking right now. Like most of the people that watch these streams are lurkers, because these streams get like over 100 views. And there's not 100 people in the chat, so there's people that are lurking, so it's a lurker. A lot of times you see 20,000 viewers, but the participants say like 4 names. That's so interesting. I knew you loved that one. And thanks. So just for here, for example, there's lurkers, and people that are commenting are in the list. Now, there might be people that disabled the feature of seeing the crowns, so they are not going to appear in the list. But yeah, it just depends if they have the option enabled and if they commented in a stream and they're not lurking. Those are the factors. All right. Yeah, very interesting, G. I love this. The ancient city of Cuyu, or El Gubu, is a series of cave-like dwellings found in 280 feet below ground in Turkey's Cappadocia region. The city is believed to have been constructed before 370 BCE and was carved out with shovels and pickaxes as one of the largest underground cities in Cappadocia. Dookie. It's now a popular tourist destination. Oh, good to see you, Caraville. Always glad to see you, old friend. In 1963, a local man noticed his chickens disappearing through a gap in his basement. After knocking down a wall, he accidentally discovered the sprawling city. The city was most likely originally used for the storage of goods, but was then expanded, used the protection from foreign invaders during the Byzantine era. Oh, thank you, Caravel. Glad you like the Depp revisits. And Caravel said, sorry, work, been crazy, been lurking and listening for a while. Sometimes I get to listen and just not chat. Oh, well, Caravel, thank you for lurking and hanging there with us. Actually, the very reason why I started chatting made it so enjoyable as always. Yes. Lake Abraham's frozen air bubbles. This man-made lake in Canada has frozen in bubbles just under the surface that are actually pockets of methane gas made by bacteria munching on decaying plants and animals. Lake Abraham also sits against the Rocky Mountains, making it a perfect destination for tourists and avid photographers alike. Scientists research the methane bubbles and this lake and others up north because warmer temperatures may be releasing methane greenhouse gases that contribute to the climate change. Very interesting. Yes, G, we will do that. Yes. Blood Falls. Antarctica's rare blood red waterfall isn't actually made of blood. Instead, it appears as a rare crimson color because the lake it comes has been preserved under salty ice for years. The lake is rich in iron, too salty to freeze, and has no oxygen. When the iron-rich water comes in contact with oxygen and air, it rusts, creating a disturbingly beautiful red color. Blood Falls can only be reached by helicopter from nearby Antarctica research stations or cruise ships visiting the nearby sea. I may not be around till 8 or a bit after, though, helping my daughter pack, get some necessities Friday. We drop her off her dorm. Oh, that sounds very fun. So I wish her the best with that, and she's going to do great, be very successful, and it's glad she has you to help her. Yeah, yay. And we'll be here for you when you come back. Antarctica's rare blood red waterfall isn't actually made of blood. Instead, it appears as a rare crimson color because the lake it comes from has been preserved under salty ice for years. The lake is rich in iron, too salty to freeze, and has no oxygen. When the iron-rich water comes in contact with the oxygen in the air, it rusts, creating a disturbingly beautiful red color. Blood Falls can only be reached by helicopter from nearby Antarctica research stations or cruise ships visiting the nearby sea. Australia's Pink Lakes. Oh, I know about this. Yes, I'll pray for her safety. I will keep her in my thoughts and prayers, definitely. These unique bubblegum pink lakes in western and southern Australia don't taste as sweet as they look. They're actually salty and as the Dead Sea. No one knows for sure what causes their vibrantly pink color, but some researchers think it's because of the pink and red color and salt living bacteria and the algae that live there. Many of these lakes change color depending on the season, time of the day, and cloud coverage. For example, Lake Bumbaga shifts between a pink, white, and blue, while Holt Lagoon changes from red to pink and even purple. Salty pink bubblegum. That was hilarious, G. Oh, this sea of stars. Oh, I like that. It's the bioluminescence. Yeah, that's what causes it, the bioluminescence from the plankton. The Sea of Stars is a beautiful phenomenon in the reefs of the Maldives caused by bioluminescent glowing blue plankton. This unique mysterious sight only happens when the water temperature solidly tides the nutrient levels are just right. Witnessing the billions of plankton at sea's edge is a matter of being at the right place at the right time. Buddha's hand cretons. A Buddha's hand creton. How does I say creton? No, it's not creton. Hold on, I said it wrong. Buddha's hand citrons. A Buddha's hand citron is a citrus fruit that looks like a lemon with long, lumpy fingers. Originally brought from India by Buddhist monks and cultivated in ancient China, this hybrid fruit is served during the New Year as a symbol of happiness, wealth, and longevity. In the U.S., they're only commercially grown in California. If you ever come across one of these crazy looking lemon hands, you can slice it up and add it to your cocktail or add zest to your vinaigrette or your favorite buttermilk waffles. Very cool. I like that. Yes, you could eat it. A Buddha's hand citron is a citrus fruit that looks like a lemon with long, lumpy fingers. Originally brought from India by Buddhist monks, cultivated in ancient China, this hybrid fruit is served during New Year's as a symbol of happiness and longevity. In the U.S., they're commercially grown in California. If you ever come across one of these crazy looking lemon hands, you can slice it up and add it to your cocktail or add zest to your vinaigrette. Vinaigrette. Rather, not a, but vina, vinaigrette. Vinaigrette. Yes. Your favorite buttermilk waffles. Raffle CI Arnoldi flour. Oh, back in 1981. Okay. Okay, they have Raffle SCI Arnoldi flour. Native to the rainforest of Indonesia, this parasitic flower is well known for being the largest in the world, stretching more than 3 feet across, the weighing up to 15 pounds. Rafflesia, Rafflesii Arnoldi flowers bloom for only a little longer than a week and are designed to attract small carrion flies with the scent of rotting meat. I'm scared. There are only about 40 species of flower in Southeast Asia, and most are under severe threat of habitational destruction. White peacocks. White peacocks have a rare genetic mutation called a leucism, caused a lack of pigment in the feathers, but not in their eyes. Although leucism is an inherent trait, the position and the pattern of the white coloring can vary or skip generations, with means of seeing white peacock with the wild may extraordinarily be rare event. Leucism is often confused with albinism. However, an albino bird would have pink eyes, while a bird with leucism does not. Spiritually white peacock feathers are often thought of as a symbol of rebirth, wisdom, and kindness. Kindy Lake underwater forest. Kindy Lake is a mountain lake in Kazakhstan located close to the country's largest city. Almaty formed after a 1911 earthquake caused a landslide, creating a natural dam. This lake is famous for the limbless beached spruce trees that stick out of the water. These trees and beautiful turquoise water create a unique, scenic underwater forest. Bismuth crystals. Scared. Bismuth crystal is a somewhat rare crystal white metal that melts in low temperatures. When it melted and cooled down, it organizes into cubes and creates a rainbow-colored geometric pattern. Bismuth has also been used for centuries in cosmetics and medicines to treat various diseases. Rainbow eucalyptus. Wow, that's very cool. Purple carrots. Native to tropical regions like the Philippines, Indonesia, and native a tropical regions like the Philippines, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea. These evergreen trees have a stunning secret. When they shed their bark, they reveal layers of color including neon green, bright red, orange, pink, and purple. They also grow up to 250 feet tall in their native environments, making them one of the most beautiful trees on Earth. In the U.S., the rainbow eucalyptus grows in Hawaii and southern portions of California, Texas, and Florida. However, it only grows to a height of 100 to 125. Yeah, 15 years of school, geez, yeah. Ring galaxies, wow. Alright, this one more and then we'll be done. Scared. Purple carrots. While most of the carrots we eat today are orange, the first cultivated carrots were purple and yellow. It wasn't until a carrot geneticist with the U.S. Department of Agriculture started the crossbreeding purple carrots from Syria that they started coming back into supermarkets. However, they're still fairly rare and sometimes cost higher prices. No one No one's sure how the orange carrot took over others, but some believe that purple carrots fell out of favor because they might turn whatever else they were cooked with purple. One story says that the orange carrot was developed by the Netherlands to pay homage to William of Orange, but there's no evidence to support these claims. The orange carrot was developed by the Netherlands to pay homage to William of Orange. Oh, interesting. I always mean to look for rainbow baby carrots. I've eaten purple carrots before. I mean, I eat them regularly, actually. I eat them regularly. Thanks to Mary Toodles. How nice those purple carrots are, very nice. I've seen them, I think, at Trader Joe's in them. Caravel, what's going on with you other than work being tired, my friend? Other topic, Alien, isn't it so interesting? We learn and we are in awe. Oh, this is an amazing topic. We certainly are in awe, and learning these new things is quite fascinating, intriguing indeed. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to make it a Trader Joe's, haven't yet. All right. G said, yes, same Alien. I've seen them. I make them as well. Great oven, and I've only gone 3 times. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I've been near and half an hour away, so didn't do much at all, but most of my local market has it. Okay. Okay, everybody, we are at the end of the stream, but we will pick up on this at some point in the stream tomorrow or another time. We'll review this again with G. G, I want to thank you so much for these links. It was extremely satisfying, fulfilling to me. I learned so much in such little time, and we'll do more of this. And thank you all for watching and lurking, and those that were here before earlier. And G said, Alien, Mary Toodles doesn't... What? No, she gets it from Walmart. That's where the purple carrots, some purple carrots are. Okay, G, what's up? And Anna says, what tastes like Alien on those purple carrots? They taste like regular carrots, but a little bit different. I don't think. It's not necessarily a little bit different. I guess a little bit more. It's not necessarily sweet. I don't think any carrot's sweet. It tastes. I guess it tastes very good. It tastes a little bit stronger. Yes, G, I will. I will do that for you. Understood. I've eaten. Yeah, good night, everybody. Yeah, I've eaten them before. Exactly, G. And one day in the future, there'll be something where you're able to message people on a platform like that. You'll be able to do that in the future, but uh, over here it is what it is. But yes, I understand, and I will take care of that. Okay. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for coming, and take care, chat, and peace. Also, night to Careville. Love you all.